calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veterans Crisis Hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 start, take a shot.
Also still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Okay. If anyone else follows by this arrest, let me know. First number. 422, you guys are okay over there? 10-4. Alright, is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, do you see that to take pictures of the related?
She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Crisis Hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Detecting 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 start, take a shot.
Also still stands for talk. Offender in custody. Anyone else follows by this arrest, let me know. 10-5.
Good morning, y'all. It looks like my camera is not working uno momento. Freaking. All right, hopefully we're working now. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard this morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard this morning, but literally my whole intro, I kept getting kicked out, video error, and then the first 7 minutes I was trying to get my live going, my microphone wouldn't connect. So I want to say to the people that checked out the last live stream or any of the videos that I've posted the last couple days, my microphone, I didn't even notice that my normal microphone wasn't connecting anymore to StreamYard now. So I didn't realize that until this morning. So yeah, I apologize about that. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I couldn't even, literally, I probably had to close out my browser and rejoin it like 13 times just this morning. I don't understand what the hell. I'm over it, man. I'm over it. I really am, because it's 2 months of this is ridiculous. And it's, the paid customers are the ones that have to suffer the most, because we're the ones that have all the features that are getting added and bugs and all this other stuff. I might just go free version, You don't like StreamYard? I've been a loyal fan for 3 years, and really the last 2 months with all these updates, it's nice actually having some updates on it for once. But the bugs that come along with it, and I get the bugs, but fix the bugs before you come out with a new update. Fix the previous bugs instead of it just being a mountain. And it's like, it's getting to be every time I go to do my shows now in the intro, it's just like, geez, can I do a freaking show? A lot of stuff to get into today. But we're going to break down the crime scene photos. There's some speculation going around. I don't know. I thought, you go through these crime scene photos, you see little Christmas trees, you see the wreath on the door. It was festive. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. So many people are making a big deal about these handprints on a freaking window. And it's like, have you guys, it's the holidays. And I said this when the photo first dropped a few days ago. I said, have you guys not the spray snow? You know what I'm saying? Where you like you spray snow on your window around Christmas, you know, the holidays, and you can do like little little artsy things on the window with the fake snow. Well, these young adults were having fun. Um, do you guys? I mean, I'm surprised people haven't lived life more because do you guys remember like the dusty vehicles and the handprints on the vehicle, and then you put the butt print on it too, so then it makes it look like some. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. Like people need to get out and get some sun. It's it's somebody put their hands up there. Somebody else sprayed the fake snow window stuff, and it was a joke. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're bent over and their hands are up against the wind. It's a like, oh my gosh, is it the killers? Oh my lord. Oh my lord, get some sun, people. Oh my god. Freaking the lengths that people are willing to go just to have content. It's wild, man. It's like, come on. Like they're making this shit. I don't. It's anyway. We're gonna go through a 360 tour. Let me turn this music down. Hold on 1 second. StreamYard is so distracting anymore. We're gonna go through. There's a 360 tour of the solitary confinement at the Idaho Maximum Security Prison. We're gonna use that 360 video tour, kind of do a walk around, look around, see what it's like. We're also going to go through the whole list of items and how much it costs if BK wants to buy something. There's a lot of items, trust me. We'll go through that. We're going to go through all the crime scene photos if we have time. We're going to go through some of the CJ Boost audio. If you guys haven't seen that video, or if you weren't in the live a couple days ago, I used although it's on StreamYard, so anytime you're using something on StreamYard, it degrades the quality, whether it's video or audio. That's why I uploaded the CJ Boost video only, because it wasn't StreamYard through StreamYard. It was straight up, video right up to YouTube. But it was crazy what you could hear. It was crazy what you could hear. Like, we had heard the audio a couple years ago when it got leaked, but obviously there was some stuff added to it. But anyway, we went through that, and it sounded a certain way, but it didn't necessarily sound the same. It sounded like it probably normally would have. The other stuff was just outlandish people trying to get people to click on it. But so we're gonna go through that. I want to kind of go, and if we have time we will. If not, I'm gonna do it on another show coming up. I'm gonna go back and really revisit, deep dive for ever since those pictures came out in March for the car leaving and coming in. I said they were different cars, broke it down, the features, the sounds, all that stuff. And with this video that came out too, the newly released video that shows more activity going on. It was when we watched the Dateline episode before this just came out, this newly released 112 video. When we watched the Dateline episode, you could hear the car leaving, and that's when I was like, look, guys, like that's when I looked up the engine sounds, and that's when I dove deep into it, and I showed you guys, like, this isn't even the same car leaving, not only visually but sound wise as well. And so when we got that video that just came out, we were able to see the car driving around and driving around and driving around and then leaving and then going up the hill and all this other stuff. And it even made it more apparent with that release that these vehicles were not the same. So if I'm not able to get into it in today's show, we got a lot of stuff to get into. If I'm not able to get into it today, I'm going to get into it on the next live, and it'll probably be focused on that, where I'm going to bring some stuff up that I brought up back in March, 5 months ago. I'm going to bring some stuff up from back then, and then I'm going to show the video, that newly released video that came out, and then I'm going to show you some new stuff as well, with some other stuff that we discovered in the last couple months when it comes to all of that. So that's if we have time. We got a lot of stuff. I mean, hell, those prison items, we're going to go through every single one. And when you see how many items and how much it costs, I mean, you're going to see it. Anything that is on these lists, BK is going to be able to purchase. And so I'm wondering, I've seen something about people like sending out donations to him or something like that through some app, and I can't remember what it is. I have the info somewhere. But yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's wild. The shampoo's expensive. It really is. Also, did you guys know that Doug Wilson opened up a new branch of Christ Church? And you'll never guess who attended the service. JPay, is that what it is, Mama J? Thank you. Let me see. Eileen, what's up, Eileen? Never heard. That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? When you hear that, you're just like, especially the dog barking, right? Forget about the sounds of the crime. The dog barking. I don't think that dog barks. Come on, we've all been that age. We've all been, 20s, going to parties, maybe younger, going to parties. There's a house that's always partying, and they have some animals, some puppies, and it don't matter if you're a stranger. As soon as you walk up, they want to know who you are. They're smelling you, and they just want to be petted. So for a party dog to bark like that and nobody go, huh? That's why I will always, I was bashed from the very beginning. From the very beginning, the first couple weeks when we found out that there was an 8-hour delay and there was students that were still alive inside the house, and we're going, where was the night? What? This crime happened at 3, 4 in the morning. This is a week or two after it happened. And we're going, the crime happened at like 3, 4 in the morning? And the 911 didn't show up until noon? And then I started going, man, that's bullshit. I said, I'm going to haunt your ass. If one of my friends never called 911 for me, even if you didn't think I was going to make it, you got to call, man. Even if you think I'm passed, you got to call, man. And if my soul is passed away and I'm floating out of my body and I'm going, these motherfuckers ain't calling 911. You think that I'm going to be able to move on to the afterlife? Now, I've never been there. I've never been through that tunnel. I don't know what it's really like. But I'm just saying, you hear the stories, about something happened. People are floating. That something happened to me. And my soul's floating around, and I'm sitting there just going like this. Floating around in middle air going, okay, when were these friends of mine going to be calling 911? And then I'm going to sit there and I'm going to get angry. I'm going to be an angry spirit. And then when I'm going to be an angry spirit, you know what angry spirits do? They want to, shit goes from one side to the other side of the room, and, lights flicker. And sorry about that. 1 second. Lights flicker and all that stuff, the haunting shit. All right, I didn't know I had alarms on. There we go. My bad. Hold on. Is this? Yeah, it's on mute. I don't understand why it made noise. But I was bashed from the very beginning. I was like, "What's up, Christy? How you doing? Shout out to you, Wags. What's up?" I was like, "What's up, Caddy?" I'm like, "That's a problem." Oh, CJ, quit victim bashing. I ain't victim bashing. I'm not victim bashing. I'm not a victim basher. I never have been. I advocate for victims. Where in the hell is bashing involved in advocating? But I'm not going to sit back and not call out bullshit. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for, I haven't had my coffee yet. 1 second. Little fiery this morning. What's up, Eileen? What's up? What's up, buddy? Pumpkin guts. What do you want me to, what's a short name for you, dude? That's a long name. Official pumpkin. I'll call you PG. OPG. Yeah, you know me. There we go. OPG. I'm going to call you OPG from now on. What's up, Moto? I never believed Xana and Quantum and Xana. Well, Mama J, this is kind of where we'll get into all this stuff. Trust me, we got a lot of stuff to get into. I went through it in the intro. Got a lot of stuff. That's going to be some interesting stuff. Stuff that's nobody's even talking about. But obviously, we're going to break down the crime scene photos. But whoops, I need to put that back up. So when it comes to Xana going up, you bring up a very good point, because I noticed that too, Mama J. When you're looking at those crime scene photos and you're like, damn, that table is like a foot away from the entrance. But this is what I also thought in my head, and let me know if this makes sense to you, okay? Because the reason I think that the sheath was left was because BK lost focus, because he heard, he was focused. He's doing his crime upstairs on the 3rd floor, right? He's focused. He already knows I've set the sheath down. He already knows I set the sheath down. I need to pick it up before I go. That's already in his head. All right. Xana comes up and they see each other as she's going through the door, as she's coming up the stairs, coming around. She sees him and stops and makes a noise. He looks up and says, oh shit. That's where he loses his focus. That's why I say that I don't think that he committed this crime before, because if he committed this crime before and made that mistake already, or he did it before, then he would already have that focus. The Xana coming out of nowhere wouldn't totally, because you got to think about it. At that time, his focus is committing the crime, getting the sheath. That's all he thinks he has to focus on. And then all of a sudden, something pops up in the corner of his eye, and all of that focus that he was putting, because he's never done it before, all of that focus that he's putting over there all of a sudden goes to Xana. And that's why I completely forget about having to pick up the sheath, because all my focus is going here. All the focus goes downstairs. Oh my gosh, 2 more people. I didn't even expect to have to do that. I need to get out of here. The dog's barking like crazy. I need to get the F out of here. So that's why, and I don't even think he even remembered that he dropped the sheath. This is just my personal opinion. I don't even think he remembered dropping the sheath until after he went and ditched the knife in the clothes. That's when I think when he went and ditched the knife in the clothes, because he put all of the shit in the bag that was sitting in the backyard before he got in the car. All right. So then he was driving to go ditch the stuff. And then after he dumped it, he was like, oh crap, I forgot the sheath. Then I think he went back the next morning, like it says, and then he saw the door open and went, oh man, I can't take my chance. I don't know who's in there. If the doors were closed and nobody was still there like there was, I bet you he would have went back in. I really do. But when it comes to that table, okay, back to Mama J, when it comes to that table, if you notice, because I said the first thing too, holy crap, there's only like a foot between that doorway and that table. But then if you look at the table, because I'm like, how did they get through this? Then I'm looking at the table. You see this big spill mark. You see this big spill mark that's on that table, and it's all dried up. Now, the bottles and the cups mostly upright, okay? And where that spot is, there isn't a cup that's tipped over. But what I think happened is when Hunter went upstairs, he ended up moving the cup up because he had to move the table. He went to the kitchen to get the knife, came back through. So you got to think about this. Just because the table was there when the photo was taken does not mean that that is where the table is at. Because you got to remember, Hunter came up there, walked around. He would have had to get past the table. He would have probably moved it. You know what I'm saying? The cops, you know what I mean? We don't know if that's how it was when the crime took place. But what I did notice was that spilled liquid. We're going to go through that. I was actually going to go through that when we get into the pictures. We will, though, here in a few. Let me see. Molly is the DD scene looking at 1119 King Road. Yep, there is a girl that does duck down. Yes, that is true. We noticed that with the date when Dateline came out with their video. You saw the people, the activity in 1119 King Road, just like I brought up 1119 King Road with the suspect vehicle one, the real suspect vehicle one, the Dodge Dart. Guess where a Dodge Dart lives? At 1119 King Road. We already brought it up like 4 or 5 months ago. I'm going to be getting more into that, like I said in the intro. If we don't have time to get into the boost and revisit the real suspect vehicle one, because with this video that came out, it even clarifies it even more that this is not the same car. And I broke it down just a teeny bit on the last live, but we're going to go through it completely again. And I'm going to I just kind of did a couple minute revisit on the last live towards the end, but I'm really going to lay it all out now that this new video is out, because I'm really going to be pushing even more on my argument and how that wasn't the same car. It's not the same car. And it hasn't been the same car since those 2 photos were released in March in those court documents. And now that the sounds and all this stuff is coming out, and these, the extra, you see it even driving up Walenta. Yeah, it just shows me even more it is not the same car, especially with the driving around, going around before. It's nice and quiet for the most part. When it's leaving, all of a sudden it's got some kind of glass pack, souped up engine on it. Give me a break. I believe the suspect was heading back up the, this is what I thought. And I always thought the person went back upstairs too as well, Moto. But here's what I've always thought, okay? Because I agree with you. I feel the person did go back upstairs, and that's why Dylan's, I've said that for the last 2 years. Because when you back then, even I told you guys the first month, I was already hearing the injuries to Ethan. I was already hearing about the injuries to to Kaylee, but I was just not, I didn't want to talk about it because I'm like, man, this could be some weird ass speculation. But people were reaching out to me back then, telling me this is what the injuries were and this and that. And you can go back to those shows. And I always said, okay, guys, I'm not going to tell you, but this is the best way that I can say it without saying it. When someone's face is like this, and then it goes, someone's face is like this, like here's their nose. Someone's face is like this, and then it goes like this. I was like, that's the injuries. So what I think and what I was saying back then is that the injuries that happened to Kaylee, that to have all of that happen because we heard The dog, we heard the statements in the affidavit. We seen the statements. Playing with puppy. I think somebody's here. Then somebody's crying at the bottom, and it all happened like this. And then Dylan saw him, but walked towards. And to me, it's like, well, if the person's already turning towards the door when you seen him, I don't know how you only saw one bushy eyebrow, right? So to me, the person was upstairs, and it goes with losing the sheath too. Person was upstairs, lost the sheath, was only able to do part of the crime, got startled, ran down, did the crime downstairs, walked back upstairs to do this injury to Kaylee. Okay, so he took them out, both, Maddie and Kaylee, normal stab, right? Nothing. Goes downstairs because he got startled, has to finish that, goes back upstairs to do that to Kaylee before he leaves. Because I think when we look at these photos, the rooms were not as messy as what we thought, Moto. So I was thinking it wouldn't have been as hidden, right? Because if you lost the sheath, it's not as messy up there. You're kind of able to move things around real quick. But I think what happened is the dog was barking like crazy, and he just had to get out of there. And Alexis, you're more than welcome for your opinion. That's pretty disgusting, and I feel sorry for you. All I can say is go get some sun. It does wonders. It's not going to change you today. Go get some sun today. Look at this. Look at this disgusting ugliness from Alexis. Your mama is embarrassed of you. Your daddy walked out so he wouldn't have to look at you anymore. Get some sun. It's not going to help you feel better today, but tomorrow morning when you wake up, I'm sure you'll feel a lot better. Get some sun. You'll be in a lot better mood. If it all happened outdoors, I don't think it. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't think it happened outdoors. Obviously, we have it. Okay, so when the photos came out, when the photos came out, yes, they're not that messy. There's some stuff we're going to be digging into it, but there's 200 photos. So I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but there's 200 photos and we've only gotten 25. So I'm not going to say that it couldn't have happened in there, because I mean, trust me, we got photos of the beds and things like that, and you're sitting there and you could hear me say it. I'm like, damn, there should have been way more than this. But at the same time, there's 200 photos. So I'm going to hold my judgment on, where if might have happened somewhere else. I'm going to hold that until these other photos, because if that took place, and I'm just going to be honest with you, coming from the streets, if that took place, that is way too much to keep secret and way too much to try and cover up, and way too many people to not say nothing. I'm just being honest with you. If that was the case, and I'm telling you from the street shit here, it's not very plausible. I know it sounds good, and I know it sounds like, but really, when you break it down and you're talking about the people that commit this kind of stuff, that's why do you think people take out witnesses? You know what let's go down to surface level. Why do you think people take out witnesses? Okay. So when you're talking about something that's happening like that, do you think one person's going to be able to do that? No. What happens if it's more than one? Well, all of a sudden there's witnesses. You know why people take out witnesses? Because witnesses talk. So for it to have happened over here and this and that, and then they were brought, you're talking about a lot of the mob isn't even doing that, you guys. The mob isn't even doing that. They're not. It leaves too much room for something to go wrong, and there's easier ways to do it. So, is it plausible? Of course, but at the same time, when you're really like breaking it down, and no fault, some people didn't grow up the way that I did, and that's fine. I would rather people not grow up like that, but at the same time, it's given me knowledge to try and understand and break things down, to use it, to use it for good. You know what I'm saying? To try and like make a difference. In my head, I picture the suspect covering the victims with something. That could be too, man. I mean, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. I did the 25 crime scene photo video. I did the slideshow for you guys. I talked a minute in the beginning and I talked a little bit after. And I even brought this up, and I'm surprised nobody is even really talking about this when I saw the photos. And I'm like, what about the cop that's not wearing personal protective equipment, booties, and all this other stuff, right? I'm just like, you see that photo and you're like, where's the booties? Not those old ladies going, where's the beef for Wendy's? It's like, where's the booties for Idaho 4? We saw that they didn't have booties on the outside. We saw the DNA contamination, the DNA dirty gloves that took place before they walked into the crime scene. But where's the booties? 2 people at most. Yeah, like, well, and I always had a hard time thinking that one person could have committed this crime, like for the last couple years, until we saw that Prime Video doc. And I said it when we were watching that. It's on Twitch, Watch Party. But when we were doing that Prime Video doc, and that's when we found out from Hunter and Emily that the students literally woke up drinking. Yeah, man, I was already tossed by noon. I was already tossed. I had to take a nap. I'm like, damn, no wonder one person, right? The whole time I'm sitting there going, how in the hell does one person do this? Until that Prime Video doc. And then when I heard them talk about that morning and how much they were drinking and how the party, and Xana was having a party. Hey, everybody, come over here. And they were going to the Taylor Avenue apartments, the Whites, back and forth from 1112 to Taylor Ave, back and forth, partying, drinking from morning, partying and drinking in the afternoon, partying and drinking at night. That's why some of the friends went to bed at 8, 9 o'clock that night, because they were already tossed out. Josie was one of them. Like, she goes, there's always another party until there's not, because she went to bed early even. That's what makes sense to me. And then after that, Xana and Ethan went out drinking, and Kaylee and Maddie went out drinking. To me, that's when I was like, oh, wow. That's how one person would have been able to do it. Because if you go back to the day, and if you've been there before, where you're sitting there and you're almost at the point where you're hanging on a rail because you're just like, you're so tossed where you're wobbly and you don't have the awareness. You don't have the motor skills. That's why you're not even allowed, are supposed to be operating motor vehicles because you don't have the motor skills. So when one person comes in, he got lucky, man. He really did get lucky, because when you're talking about being that inebriated, you don't have the awareness and the motor skills, and you don't. That's how I agreed with you, man, up until that prime doc, and then I'm like, oh, well, shoot, man. I mean, damn. Now it makes sense. Drinking from morning, afternoon, and through the night. I mean, come on. I don't know. I'm not saying everybody's drank alcohol. I've partied plenty. And I was partying, like I said, I was out there early as shit, man, 12, 13. You don't think I was partaking? Shit. I was partying. I was drinking Hennessy by fucking 14 years old, hanging out with the OGs, you know. I was I was at one of them little shorties, right? If anybody knows, I was one of them little shorties. Okay, so that's how I grew up, and then so I've been around there, like you. I've seen plenty of fights too. Been in plenty of fights when there's alcohol involved. It's there. Trust me. It does make a difference. Mama J, thank you so much for being a member for 17 months. Damn. There's too much blood in the house for it to have taken place somewhere else. We just haven't. Yeah, there's 200 photos. They're going to be coming. Like I said, when people are like, oh gosh, this is no. And I'm like, look, it's not showing it. It is weird. It is odd. And when you're looking at the pictures of the bed, you're like, dang, I expected way more. But there's 200 photos, and we're going to be they're going to be FOIA'd. Now, obviously, if I do come across them, this is not the place that I'm going to be, displaying them. I'm not doing it on YouTube. I'll do it over on Twitch. I'll do it over on Kick. I'll do it over somewhere else. I'm not doing it on YouTube. I'm not going to do it. So if there's more that come out, and they're just like the ones that I put out yesterday, I'm gonna put them out. But when it comes to the other ones, the more graphic stuff, I'm not posting them anywhere or nothing. I will go through them on a separate platform. I'm not doing it over here, but I am gonna go through them. Whisper truth. If life can give you limp, it doesn't pull your big. Yeah, choose to make. Wise words, whisper truth. I love the moons on there. That's cool too. Partied all day, and yes, man, they're way more easier to control. I mean, think about it. What? I don't know. It is. There's so much that happens. Well, speaking of occult, there's some Doug Wilson stuff I'm going to get into, because I don't know if anybody even knows about opening up a new branch, and he has somebody from the White House that actually attended one of his services. Have you guys heard about that? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Do you find it odd that everyone split and stopped hanging out with each other? Well, Mama J, this is what was crazy, because after he admitted it, and no parole, no appeal, and I'm sitting there like telling people, because they're like, this is a strategy, and I'm like, that's a dumbass strategy if it's a strategy. We even had Andrew D. Myers, the attorney, on the show, and I was telling him, I was like, dude, this is no strategy. It takes 27 years on average for a death penalty to go through. You got 5 to 10 years for the Innocence Project to get you out, right? 5 to 10 years it usually takes with the Innocence Project to get you out. You got an average of 27 years until the death penalty goes through. Where the math ain't math in there, number one, okay? Number two, with the Innocence Project, You want to get to the top of the list of the Innocence Project? What do? You have a DP. You get convicted of a DP. That puts you right at the top. Why? Because you're going to be put to death. Ding, 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 ding. So if this was some kind of strategy to get out, well, he didn't. He went ass backwards. Because if that was your strategy, number one, you leave a chance for an appeal. Number two, if you get convicted, you have a DP on your shit, it takes about 27 years for it to go through. Innocence Project is going to get you out if you're innocent. Ding, 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 ding. There was no strategy. There was. Andrew D. Myers was like, damn, man, I don't know if BK was even breaking it down like you were. You just have to think. I mean, it's just common sense. How long does it take for a death penalty to go through in Idaho? 27 years. How long does it take for Innocence Project to get you out? 5 to 10. Now, if I admit to the crime and no DP, no appeal, no parole, you know what that does to my case at the Innocence Project? Guess what? It goes all the way down to the bottom of the list. And that's supposed to be the strategy. Let me take a plea deal and admit to a crime that puts me at the bottom of the frickin' list. When if I rolled the dice in a trial, I could have got one jury member to vote not guilty, just being honest. Look at us all. We could have got one jury member to vote not guilty. So to not roll the dice and then have the DP and then be able to have this Innocence Project and all. I mean, and that's what's crazy. Because when I broke it down after he took that plea and I broke it down like that, there was a lot of people that stopped even, I can't believe you, CJ. You switched on us. I'm like, I've always said from the beginning, it's about the truth and justice for these victims. And if somebody takes a plea deal like that, they're obviously guilty. I mean, it's not rocket science. I just broke it down. What's the best way? What's the dumbest way? Well, you picked the dumbest way. And I think you're a little smarter than that, BK, right? You're a little smarter than that. You would have got away with the crime if you wouldn't have left the sheath. Let's be honest. Because they didn't have any. That's why I said there's not going to be any of these huge booms that come out when these docs come out a few weeks ago. Because the only boom that a boom is that there was definitive evidence that BK committed this crime. And I said for the last 2.5 years, there will never be any evidence that will show that BK committed this crime other than that tip. That's why I said all they had was the tip. That's it. People made fun of me 2 years ago because I was like, look, guys, it's just the tip. That's all they got. And look, yes, oh, wow, we got photos. Yes, this matches up with this. But where is, because there's, listen, are these booms? If we saw that they were laying that like we thought they were, is that a boom? No, that's not a boom. The only boom in the Idaho 4 case would have been the link that showed BK committed this crime. That's the only boom. And that's what I said is never going to come out in these documents because it didn't exist. That's why I made the coffee bet. Because I was like, look, dude, there's going to be stuff coming out here and here and here. Yeah, it might match up this and this. I said, but there's not going to be anything that shows definitively that BK committed this crime. The prosecution knew it. That's why they hurried up and rushed the plea deal and screwed over some of the families and didn't even talk to him. Oh, sorry, we already sent it over. Can't do nothing about it. That they did that for a reason. That's why I said, because the prosecution knew that BK held pretty good cards to have one jury member vote not guilty, and they knew it. Prosecution knew it. Because I guarantee you, and if you're going to sit there and say that BK's doing this because of strategy, well, then why didn't he make sure that in a plea, that an appeal wasn't included? Because I guarantee you, when you look at how the prosecution did this, how they hurried up and, okay, yeah, sorry, we already sent it over, G family. We can't do nothing about that. Because they knew. I guarantee you, BK could have said, prosecution, I want the DP taken off. You can not give me the chance of parole. I want an appeal. I guarantee you the prosecution would have said, okay, BK, you got a deal. When the dude doesn't even make sure an appeal is in the plea deal, I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes it rains outside and you might need a coat, okay? Route Trackers by Yaria, greetings to you. It's been a long minute. Well, thank you for hopping back in. I'm just going to go through some of your comments. We're going to be going through a bunch of stuff this morning. And on top of the 25 crime scene, we're going to give you a 360 video tour, walk around of the solitary confinement where BK is at currently in Idaho maximum security. We're also going to show you the list of items that BK can purchase where he's at. Also, Doug Wilson opened up a new branch of Christ Church, and somebody from the White House attended the service. Ain't that wild? And then we're going to go through the break down the 25 crime scene photos. We're going to break through them all. I did the slideshow, put it out yesterday. Today, we're going to break them down. And then also, if we have time, and if I don't have time, it'll be on the next show, probably dedicated on the next show. If you guys don't remember about the Dodge Dart with this new video, I brought it up on the last live that we did with this new video. I'm even for sure more it's a Dodge Dart. And when you look at all the activity that was going on at 1119 King Road, we showed you months ago, after I started digging into the sounds and breaking down the little video clips and all this other stuff from Dateline. And then I started to show you. Then I started to go through my own footage, and I'll go through my own footage and I'll show you the Dodge Dart that resides at that house. And that Dodge Dart was not there the night of the crime. The Dodge Dart at 1119 King Road was not there the night of the crime. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? It's sad that none of the victims had any kind of... I know. Well, I always wondered at first, I thought maybe the K-bar was Kaylee or Maddie's, you know, like Maddie had it for protection. And Kaylee heard BK coming in, and because we always heard about the different kinds of injuries, right? So to me, I was like, well, maybe one of the girls, and that's why the sheath fell down, you know. But that was before BK admitted committing the crime, because that's how I was trying to figure out, like, how could dudes touch DNA end up on a knife sheath if he didn't commit the crime, right? And then I'm like, well, maybe he pawned it. He pawned it. Love interest of Maddie, whether it's her boyfriend or not, love interest of Maddie ended up buying it at a pawn shop, giving it to her for protection in her room or something. But I mean, the dude, you know, we know what we know now. This was stuff from a couple years ago. Let me see here. I worked at the IP for 5 years. Awesome, Sam. We ain't gonna bend a tree. They will never. That tip will get right. Like it was. People. It was. I remember it. It was like it was. Yes, I'm sitting there and I'm like, dude, they're just going off the tip. Like that's it. There's nothing. Everything else in this PCA is suggestive, because I was comparing it to the other PCAs that we go through in these cases. And on January 5th, 2023, when that PCA was released, and then a week and a half after, I'm really digging into it, I'm sitting there going, all this stuff is suggestive except for this little DNA tip. It was just the tip, and then people start laughing. I'm like, what? I'm being real here. I'm not making a joke out of it. That's all they got. They just got the tip. And I'm like, what? It's just that I think the prosecution would play the emotion. Oh yeah, for sure. They're crying during the trial and shit. Bill Thompson and his fake cries. Give me a break. Sorry, StreamYard's bugging out, so if it sounds weird, I apologize. It is crazy, Addis. I almost called you Adidas. It is crazy, Addis. It is true. And like Mama J said, that like there's people that were like friends of the show for a long time, and because I broke it down, they're like, I can't believe you, CJ. I'm like, I mean, I'm sorry for you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I hope you end up in the same position, CJ. What? Like, we're really going that level? We're really going that level? Like, the hate mail that I was getting a few days after that from people, I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I'm just telling you the truth. Like, what? Like, what? Even Andrew D. Myers, a defense attorney, was like, damn, CJ, I don't even think BK broke it down like that in his head. That's a defense attorney telling you. Like, come on now. Paco, the chance of, that's what I was saying. Like, when all of this Garza stuff came out, so you're telling me there's still a chance? You're Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me that there's still a chance? No. Is there a slight crack in the door for wiggle room? Yes. Is it going to happen? As much as the sun's going to be blue tomorrow, it's going to happen. Hate me for that too. Listen, I've been spitting truth the whole time, and look what's coming out true. And I've been hated for it. Hate me for it. You'll find out after time. Oh, shit. Maybe I shouldn't have told CJ that I hope that he ends up in the same position, because now after time has gone by, I see what he was saying. Nothing I can do for you at that point. Nothing I can do for you at that point. If you look at the front bench plea hearing, they may be making some odd expressions. Oh, yeah, for sure. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And also hit the like button if you haven't yet. All right, now we're going to go through these couple things before we get into these photos. So I wanted to go through this article as well. Now, this is discussing about BK. You know, when the 2021 you know, where like a man broke into a home of 4 sorority girls. Give me 1 second. It wasn't StreamYard. Oh, it's crazy. It's getting so buggy anymore. All right. So this has to do with that. We'll go through these here real quick. The items listed the prison, it might take a bit. But bombshell claims Idaho 4 did not have to die. Newly released police report reveals Washington cops investigated Brian Kohberger after man with a knife broke into home of 4 sorority girls. Now, we heard Steve G. Remember a long time ago, a couple years ago, Steve G was out there outside doing an interview, and he's like, he didn't even have to go upstairs. What are we doing here, guys? And it makes you wonder, is this what he's talking about, right? Brian Kohberger could have been stopped and tossed behind bars months before he killed the 4 college students. The convicted murderer was investigated by police in Washington after a man was reported to have broken into a student's home where 4 sorority girls lived and entered her bedroom. Okay. The incident occurred on October 10th, 2021, 8 months before Kohberger moved to Washington and enrolled at Washington State University. But during that same weekend, the school's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology hosted an event for incoming students. Isn't that crazy? So the same weekend that the incident occurred, Washington State University was hosting an event for the new students. Before enrolling at Washington State University, Kohberger was working towards his Master of Arts in Criminal Justice at DeSale University, where he earned a Bachelor of Science in Psychology. We went there, boots on the ground as well. We didn't just go out to Moscow and Pullman. We also went to DeSale and PA, boots on the ground out there. We actually, if I remember correctly, we actually did a court hearing show while I was at the building that he studied under Dr. Catherine Ramsland. I was in the parking lot facing the building that he studied in while we did a court hearing. The attack, which happened at 3:30 a.m., was reported. Okay, let me see here. The attack, which happened at 3:30 a.m., isn't that weird? Kind of about the same time, was reported by a 20-year-old woman who called 911 and revealed she had woken up in the middle of the night to find a masked man with a knife entering her room. So you have interesting links already. October 12th, 2021, that's when it took the crime took place. Same time, WSU holding a event for incoming students. It happened at 3:30 a.m. And it said that he was a masked man with a knife. Wow, that's 3 of them already. According to a report, the masked man walked toward the foot of the bed. However, he was unaware his potential victim was awake, and she was able to kick him in the stomach, which led the intruder armed with a knife to flee. The woman revealed the man did not speak, but another roommate in the house reported she heard someone running up the stairs. The case eventually went cold until 14 months later when Sergeant Christopher Engel began to investigate Kohberger as a possible suspect 2 weeks after he was arrested for the Idaho crime. Bench during the plea hearing. Oh, sorry. Oh, they're saying this didn't take place? Here, hold on. There was another video. Let me play this video real quick. This is from, I think, Law and Crime. Let me see here. That's the Doug Wilson. Where was it? Sorry, it's being buggy here. Let me see here. So, all right, let's check out Scott Rice here real quick.
Brian Kohberger, was he out creeping around? So newly disclosed records indicate that Brian Kohberger, obviously now convicted in the University of Idaho murders, was previously looked at by police in connection with a comparable residential intrusion in Pullman, Washington, involving, coincidentally, female college students, approximately 1 year prior to the Idaho incident. Now, according to the documents released by the city of Pullman, law enforcement investigated a report from October 2021 in which an armed individual wearing a mask entered a residence occupied by 4 sorority members at approximately 3:30 a.m. The intruder, equipped with a knife, approached the bed of a 20-year-old resident who awoke during the event. Upon realizing the presence, the residents struck the intruder in the abdomen, prompting the individual to depart the premises without any verbal exchange. Now, the residents' roommates alerted police following the disturbance. This occurrence preceded by more than a year the November 2022 murder of the off-campus residents there in Moscow, Idaho, where Kohberger fatally stabbed 4 university students, specifically Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Now, although initial inquiries in the Pullman case yielded no immediate resolutions, Kohberger emerged as a potential person of interest on January 10th, 2023, shortly after his apprehension for the Idaho crimes. Now, parallels between the events include the nocturnal timing.
Yeah, it's everything we just read. Everything we just read. Now check this out. This is remember when I brought up Doug Wilson and how he opened up a new branch and how somebody from the White House attended a service? Now, we've all dug into Christ Church and Doug Wilson when we were out there for our year anniversary trip. And when it comes to, how do I put this? When it comes to what they preach and teach, it's, you're thinking you're living in the 1930s or something. So it's kind of interesting, but check this out. KTV did a little mini 2-part, 5-minute each video, maybe 3 minutes a piece, part 1 and part 2, about Christ Church's impact beyond Idaho now that somebody from the White House attended his new branch of church here. One second, check this out.
With Idaho roots is quietly opened in Washington, D.C. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth attended its first service. The church is part of the Communion of Reformed Evangelical Churches. Pamela Brown went to Moscow to meet the controversial pastor behind it.
Christ Church senior pastor Doug Wilson makes no apologies for his beliefs on God and country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. And I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's Theo in.
See? Did you guys know that he opened up a new branch of Christ Church in Washington, D.C.? And Pete, I always mess up his last name, Pete Hegseth, attended a service. It's not just Moscow, Idaho. Doug Wilson opened up Christ Church in Washington, D.C. as well. And now, because Pete from the White House, I'll just call him Pete from the White House showed up to a service, all of a sudden, Doug Wilson is just, watch out, he might throw another cigar and the whole humongous fire take place again, like he always does in all of his videos.
Secular democracy, it would be demos, the people. In a Christian republic, it'd be Christ.
Well, what would you say to someone watching this and say, look, I'm a Muslim. Who are you to say your worldview is better than mine, that your God is better than mine?
Well, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would fully expect to live under their God's rules.
But you said earlier that you want this to be a Christian world.
Yes.
So you want to supplant their religion with your Christian.
Yes, by peaceful means, by sharing the gospel. There's a lot of work yet to do. I believe that we are working our little corner of the vineyard.
Wilson's Little Corner, a picturesque campus nestled on the outskirts of downtown Moscow, Idaho, is growing by the day with thousands of like-minded Christians. Parishioners of his church, known as Kohbergers.
Yeah, we actually had James Leinhart on our show a couple years ago, somebody that grew up in Moscow, somebody that was a part of Christ Church. We talked a little bit about it. I'll have to find the link. It's an old show. We had him on there. It's so cultish. That's why he left. It's so cultish that, like, even his family member, they like turned it. It reminds me of Scientology. It really does.
Own and operate several businesses downtown next to liberal college town stores.
If it's true.
Why did he yell boo? Because it's
Because of me.
Yeah. No wonder, dude.
you.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah. probably because I preach that you belong in the kitchen, ma'am. Right? Yeah, that's probably why he got the boo. Why don't you tell him the truth, Doug? Why don't you tell him the truth? Because you preach that women should be subservient to guys and they belong in the kitchen and making dinner and having babies, right?
That's a regular day for you.
That's not unusual.
A big focus of his Christian movement is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands.
Women are the kind of people that people come out
All right, I don't know if I even care to listen to this.
out
crap.
of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies.
Is on a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their
This is
husbands.
so wild.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just
Women are the kind of people that people come out of. That's what they are.
think they're meant to have babies. That's
Well,
it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The
Do you see where the booze
wife
come
and
from?
mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue
No.
for you?
And no, it's not automatically an issue.
Josh and Amy
Over time, it'll become an issue. All right, listen. Here's the link if you want to check it out. It's just gonna, no. Yeah, I told you the main part of the story. He opened up a branch in DC. He had somebody from the White House attend, and now, do you guys want me to finish it or not? I'll ask you guys. It's up to you. Look at her face. I know she's like, right here. I'm a mom of 3. Is that well? No, not right away.
Or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue
No.
for you?
And no, it's not automatically an issue.
Not automatically an issue. And she's like, huh? Huh? Wow. If you guys want me to play the rest, it's like 7 more minutes. Let me know. Let me know real quick. Otherwise, I'm just going to skip to the next thing because we got a lot of stuff to get into and we're going to be digging into those photos too. Let me know real quick if you want me to play the rest. I'll play it. I'll play the rest. StreamYard. It's going to mess up now. Dang it.
Is that an issue
No.
for you?
And no, it's not automatically an issue.
Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved here from Washington State.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no, in the sense that we're both saved by grace. We're absolutely on equal footing, but we have very different purposes.
Because they serve the Lord, they're equal. But other than that, no. Dude, I'm not listening to this shit. I'm not listening to this. Here's the link. You guys, I'm not. Watch. People are going to be talking about this now. Watch. People are going to be doing videos on this shit now. They're going to be like, what? Doug Wilson has a church in Washington and somebody from the White House attended, and look, these guys are saying this stuff. Yeah, not right away, but over time. Yes, continue. It's so bad. That's why he's getting the booze. Oh. Oh my gosh. I know this guy, right? All right. Here we go. It's just so wrong.
Washington State.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
It's so wrong.
Yes and no, in the sense that we're both saved by grace.
Oh.
We're absolutely on equal footing, but we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So
like I said, Scientology, baby. What else was she going to say? Because she kind of stopped herself from saying something there. He's the head, and then she stopped it and kind of reworded things. What?
Yourself as the head of the household, as the man.
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving here
I was just
was
gonna say that.
ultimately your decision.
Yes.
That's a great
example.
Wilson says in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors
shouldn't be able to vote, ladies and gentlemen. My Lord. What about race? What's your take on race, Doug Wilson, since women can't vote?
Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast.
Right, like, babe, I want to move to Dallas. I want to move to Dallas, babe. What do you think? Well, I kind of like this neighborhood, and you know, we're by a school and this and that and this and that. And, all right, well, let's revisit it in a year or two and we'll figure it out. Not, hey, babe, I want to move to Dallas. Pack your shit. Like, what?
Cast the vote, having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that.
That's a great opportunity for a good discussion. Can you imagine what that discussion is like at the dinner table? Hi, honey. I don't want to vote. I don't want to vote Republican. We're voting Democratic. Well, hey, let's have a discussion, right? He's like, hey, let's have a discussion. Well, I don't want to vote this because of this and this. Okay, that's fine. We're still voting Democratic. I'm the one that has the ultimate decision. You have no say. Like, what kind of conversation would that be? You know what I mean? Like, we're voting this. Well, end of discussion. That is the discussion. End of discussion.
Say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that
I would support it if it got appealed. Oh, hell no.
Discussion.
There are some who have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
And Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
What?
Coming up tonight.
What? Oh, please don't get me in trouble, because I already got in trouble. Please don't get me in trouble. I can't believe this. Like I said in the show, nobody's talking about this. Watch. There's going to be a lot of people talking about this shit now.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church, it's all men.
I mean, we broke into the Christchurch stuff, like I said, when I went out there for the year anniversary to the vigil and the house and all that. That's when I started like talking to the community and stuff, and I started hearing different stories and things like that. And that's what made me really start to dig into not only the frats, because at that year anniversary, we were really digging into the frats. We were really digging into Christchurch. We were really getting into all that. But this right here, what I'm talking about is this right here. The fact that he built a church in DC, the fact that somebody from the White House went to his service, and now he's getting all this publicity just like this feature, and they're able to promote this stuff that appeal Title 19, like, women, you don't have the right to even be in any kind of powerful positions. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a fucking man, okay? I'm a man, and I'm going to tell you right now, some of the best leaders are females. Now, there's plenty of guys that are great leaders too, but I'm going to tell you right now, some of the best leaders are females too. It doesn't matter about sex. It doesn't matter about race. It doesn't matter about any of that. What matters is the dedication, the commitment, the passion, the work, the ethic. That's what makes a difference when it comes to success or not. Just like you could have a beautiful fucking woman. You can have a beautiful woman or a man in your life, and guess what? If they're lazy as shit, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't automatically, you have to have all of those things I just mentioned for success. Yikes.
You accept women in leadership roles in the church and government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible. Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
He is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making inroads with the Trump administration, with a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious.
And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson's influence spans the globe with more.
Don't get me in trouble, because when you got these kind of people on here, you get in trouble. Don't get me in trouble.
Than 150 churches. Lennox Califungua moved to Moscow from Africa.
It's really because I wanted to be a part of a community that was doing something, and especially in building Christian institutions.
Are there other Black families in this community?
Oh, absolutely. There's a few Black families.
Wilson maintains all are welcome to his church, but he's also not shying away from his past controversial statements on race.
Do you still believe what you said back in the 90s, that there's a mutual affection between master and slave?
Yes, it depends on which master and which slave you're talking about. Slave.
I told you guys. Oh my gosh. Isn't this wild, man? I'm not BSing. I told y'all.
Slavery was overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them. I think that system of chattel slavery was an unbiblical system, and I'm grateful it's gone.
What he also wants gone, same-sex marriage, because he thinks homosexuality is a crime.
In the late 70s and early 80s, sodomy was a felony in all 50 states. That America of that day was not a totalitarian hellhole.
So you would like America to go back to that?
Yep.
Wilson maintains his ultimate goal is to bring about the second coming of Christ through his work, and rejects critics' claims he's trying to make the dystopian world of The Handmaid's Tale a reality.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a fascist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a misogynist.
How far off do you see a Christian nation, like a full-on Christian theocracy?
Oh, 250 years.
250 years.
Yeah, honestly, that's yes.
What you see. But you do think it will happen?
Yes, I do. We're not going to usher in anything ourselves. We're really genuinely pioneers.
That was
Yeah. You're not pioneers. You went back to the time of the pioneers, right? Oh, you went back to the, like Busby's favorite game. You went back to the time of Oregon Trail, back to the pioneers. You're not a pioneer. You went back to the times of the pioneers. Yeah. I had to show you guys. It came out yesterday. I'm sitting there and I'm like, I was like, man, this is crazy. Nobody is even bringing this up. This is wild. This is freaking wild. All right. Let me go into this now. Let me see here. I got a bunch to get through. Let's see. We already went. Oh, yeah. I wanted to show this. All right. But this is, I'll bring this up. I'll bring this up when we start doing the crime scene photos about the hands on the window, because it's just, the speculation is ridiculous. The lengths that people are willing to go to create content. And it's like, you never heard of spray snow on a window and what it looks like and what kind of a joke that is. Sheltered people. Let me see here. Okay, so I want to do the 360 prison tour walk around, and then we're going to go through I have I don't know how many pages it is. Let me see how many pages it is. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 pages of lists of items that are available for BK to purchase. Let me see here. So I'm going to play that real quick. First, we're going to take the prison tour 3D video. I'll drop the link for you, and so you can have the link for yourself, and then I'll share the channel as well. Definitely go sub up. This was a video that was put out. Like 8 years ago. So it is an older video, but it's going to give you a good idea. I'm sure not too much has changed in the last 8 years, but it is a good video to kind of give you an idea of what it's going to look like. And it's really cool because it's a 360 video as well. So here's the channel. It's the Idaho Press Tribune. So this is a paper up there. What's up, Luna Moon? How are you doing? Good morning. It is so crazy, CJ. I heard of him and the crush, but had never. Oh yeah. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I apologize because, like I said, we started digging into it when I went out there for the year anniversary in 2023 out to Moscow, and I started talking to the communities. I started, hearing all these stories. I started to look into the different connections with the frats, the church, and I just it's something that I always heard him say from a couple years ago, and so I just assumed that maybe everybody had heard it. So I appreciate that, and thanks for asking me to play the whole thing, because I didn't realize that maybe some people might not have known how that church operates. So yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's wild. Okay, let me show you guys this. This is the channel Idaho Press Tribune. Did I share this already? Hold on. No, I didn't. Sorry, I'm having sinus issues today, so if I'm a little stuffy, sneezily, whatever. All right, there's the link to this. Okay, so we're gonna go through. Now, this is the link. I'm going to pull up this. This will be the link for the 360 video. Let me mute. I just blew my nose real quick. All right, here's the link to the 360 video. And I'll put timestamps in this video so that way everybody can see everything that we're breaking down in the timestamps. I'll put those in the description after this live is done. All right, so let's go through this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the video first, and then we can kind of like walk around a little bit. So here's the video. Can we walk? Oh, we can walk around while it's moving. All right, hold on. Let's pause it. Okay, so we got, so there's the entrance. We can zoom in and out. We can zoom in and out and everything. I haven't seen anybody using this either. So Idaho Maximum Security Institution. Now we're going to the solitary confinement. All right, so that's what it looks like going around. Okay, as we get in the door, so we're going to take a look around. This is what the cell looks like. You got the toilet, little teeny desk, little things sticking out of the wall. So that must be like a makeshift chair that you can sit at a makeshift desk. That looks pretty dangerous. Like you could really hurt yourself if you wanted to with that. You got some kind of like rack with some buttons there, and then you got the little cot. I'm probably allergic to BS. Is that what it is the last couple days? Because my sinuses and allergies have been wild. So here's the look inside the cell. This is really neat, you guys. And what's cool is you can play it and zoom it around at the same time. People will be using this and talking about this too. Oh shoot, hold on. My bad. Hold on, I gotta open this up. My bad. Let me go back here. I forgot that was covered up. All right, so here's the outside. My bad, I didn't realize it was blocked. All right, so here's the look around outside. Now we're gonna go in. All right, now we'll look at this again. This is the cell. So you got the toilet, the sink. You got like some kind of mirror right there. Then you got like a little makeshift chair, desk combo, right? Chair desk combo. You got this little part that sticks out for a desk from the wall. You got that. And then there's the cot. And then you got a little teeny window. You got a little teeny window that you can walk out. There's the zoomed back version right there. Oh, don't play yet. So there's that. All right. Ah. Okay, I doubt they're going to be talking. Oh, somebody did talk.
Right now we're in...
Oh, is that the sound of the door shut? Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. That was loud. Damn, that was loud. That was loud.
Right now we're in, at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in B block, and we're on tier 1. And so,
all right, let me turn this up because I'm having a hard time hearing him. Let me turn my music down too. All right, let me turn my music down. Let's hear this guy here. What is he saying?
Right now we're in, at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in B block, and we're on tier 1 and sub 25. And this cell is a long-term restrictive housing cell where we house administratively segregated inmates.
So can you walk me through, how is this cell different than what a general population inmate is?
In a general population cell, there would be 2 bunks, and that's the difference as far as the structural makeup of the cell. It's the same as this.
Is it the same size?
Yes.
What is the dimensions in here?
10 by 12, I believe.
Okay.
You hear that? I hear voices. Somebody's saying that in the background. I hear voices. Listen to what they're saying in the background.
Makeup of the cell. It's the same as this.
Is it the same size?
Yes.
What is the dimensions in here?
10 by 12, I believe.
Okay. The bunks, when there's 2 cells, one is of a higher elevation, or there are 2 beds?
They're one on top of each other.
Okay. The reason I ask, of course, is that the suicidal watch, I would assume it's easier to hang yourself from a higher elevation. Really.
We've actually.
Here, let me make this closed caption a little smaller. Do you guys hear the people screaming in the background, making noise? Let's see. Let's try 200. Yeah, we'll go with 200. Can hear him talking in the background.
I would assume it's easier to hang yourself from a higher elevation. Really.
We've actually had inmates strangle themselves by tying on and then laying down underneath the bunk. So they're facing the floor and have the ligature point, on the bottom of the bunk.
Okay.
We've had that happen before during my time.
Okay.
What was didn't he say 10 by 12 for the dimension? Yeah, so he's like, I hear voices. Trying to mess up the video. Yeah, he said it was like 10 by. It can't be 10 by 12. It's like 10 by. I don't know. I'll have to rewind it. We'll go back to it when we're done.
How common is
10 by something.
Once is too much as far as I'm concerned, really. I mean, that's the hardest thing I've ever had to do as a warden, is to call somebody's loved one and tell them that their loved one had taken their own life. Once is too many as far as I'm concerned. We haven't had one here, knock on wood, in about 2.5 years, so
okay.
I'm very glad about that.
Okay.
We've had attempts, but we haven't had a successful one in about 2.5 years.
Well, for me, AdSeg turned into an opportunity. And so I know there's a lot of negative, ideas about solitary confinement, administrative segregation. And I think, personally, just through experience personally for myself, it was a great experience. It was an
Thank you.
To get away from, the pressure, the expectation of this side of society. Now, I had an opportunity really to change, to change the way that I thought about life, change the way that I thought about who I am, change the way that I thought about, the next, at that point, 10 years left of my time. And AdSeg gave me a lot of opportunity to really, discover some things about myself. But I also know that AdSeg too, when you go to AdSeg, it's different because your usual punishment, there's an end in sight. When you come to prison, you have a fixed sentence, and that fixed sentence is done at a certain point, and so there's light at the end of the tunnel. Administrative segregation, they don't give you a fixed time. They don't give you a certain amount of time. You made some bad decisions, and so your time starts without light at the end of the tunnel necessarily. Now you may do a year, you may do 5 years. Doherty did this last time 6 years, and I know people have been back there for 10 years or more. And so I think psychologically that can have an effect on somebody.
That's wild. Isn't that wild? All right, let me go back to the beginning here. we'll play it without the closed captioning. Okay, so if you're just joining 10 by 12, is that what he said? Okay, because it didn't seem legit, right? When I started thinking about it in my head, I'm like, that didn't look like 10 by 12. It looked like a 10 by 8 or something. It looked a lot, you know, like skinny. Yeah. But here's the outside. And then you got the 360. You can zoom. So that's what the outside looks like. We'll go back into the cell. All right, so here's the cell. Again, you got toilet, mirror, let's see, little desk shelf, and a composite bench. Those got to be cheap as hell, man. And a cot, like a futon mattress cot type thing. And then you got the window. Yeah, it seems like, because usually these are about 6 to 8 feet. These are usually like 6 to 8 feet. 5.5 to 8 feet. You know, these cots. So I'm surprised that maybe they're just but yeah, doesn't it look like it's like really skinny? So I don't know how this could be. Maybe, yeah, I don't know how that could, I don't know. It looks skinny, like a rectangle. Let's see what he says. I hear voices.
Right now we're at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in B block, and we're on tier 1 in cell 25. And this cell is a long-term restrictive housing cell where we house administratively segregated inmates.
So can you walk me through, how is this cell different?
All right, here we go.
Than what a general population inmate is?
In a general population cell, there would be 2 bunks, and that's the difference. As far as the structural makeup of the cell, it's the same as this.
Is it the same size?
Yes.
What is the dimensions in here?
10 by 12, I believe.
That's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, like a dorm room, with wide lens. It's vertical. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Best to me. I appreciate the kind words. It does. It looks skinny, don't it? Because I mean, well, this is okay. I kind of thought that too, right? Like the lens. But look, if it was skinny, right, then this toilet would be really wide. If the image was skewed skinny, these would all be manipulated. So, but I see, you know, I see. I mean, he knows he's the one that works there. He knows he's the one that works there. All right. I wanted to share that with you guys. Now I'm going to, what do I got next here? I got to make sure I'm getting through. All right. Let me see. 360. All right. Now we're going to get into the list of all the items that BK can purchase at that prison. So let me pull that up. We'll get the first page, and I'm going to go through the list with you guys. I'm not going to like go crazy digging into the list. I'm just going to show it. You guys can see it on the screen, and we'll just go through them real quick, and then we're going to get into these crime scene photos. And there's two things I want to point out when we get into these photos. One, speculation. One, something I brought up a few nights ago. That I want more of your guys' opinion on. If you guys saw the smiley face stuff that I brought up a couple days ago and showed you with the Windows Paint. All right, so let me switch to this here real quick. Let's pull this up. All right, so these are the items. Oh, that sucks. I made all these screen covers and I didn't even use them for today. StreamYard's distracting. All right, so here's now these aren't in order. I guess I could rename the files to put them in order, but this is just going to be the list. So it's not going to be in order, but these are in all the items. You can see right here. Here's the item number, but it's not going to be in order. So you got Hereford beef barbacoa, 6 ounces. You got all these items, and then see it's got whoa, and then it's got all the amounts right here. So you got the amounts, and then you got the items, all the different items. So there's, like I said, there's like let me see if I can find the first one. One moment. Let's see. Let me find the first one here. Because it'll have... here it is. Because here is what is checked and not checked and all this stuff. So let's go. This is the first page. 1 second. It's being a nightmare. Okay, so here's the first page. So right here we see, okay, here's the item, the description, Pro Club Sandal, $20. All custody levels, so this determines if this is available to what levels. Okay, so you got the price, you got the cell block tier 1 and 2 riders, unassigned RDU transit, and then all the different classifications there. So you got all of these items. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll just scroll through them here so you can take screenshots or come back to the video and just play it at a slower speed. But look at that stuff. $66 for a watch. You can get an Iron Man. Look at that. You can get an Iron Man watch. Everybody can get an Iron Man watch for $66.73. Also, the sandals. Doesn't matter what size. Doesn't matter what size. $19. And look at this. You can even get a Wave Enforcer do-rag for $8.51. Wild stuff, huh? All right, let me just go to this first one. It's not going to be in any order. I'm just going to scroll through them from the first one, and then you guys can see. So actually, let me get rid of me for a second. Hold on. Let's do this. Okay, never mind. It was supposed to get rid of me. There. All right, there we go. That'll be better for you guys. Let me get rid of the chat here real quick. Listen to this. I looked up on Google. It says 10, 12 feet, master bedroom. That's interesting. Jump. So here's all right, here's the first page, and it's got all the different levels that it's available to. All right, so there's the first page. Actually, I'll just leave it there and scroll down. Or I could do this. Let's see, what's better? Maybe that. We'll do that. All right, so there's that. And here's the next one. Zoom in a little bit for you. So there's the next one. You got Doritos, Chili with beans is $2. I mean, the markup isn't too crazy. Markup's not too crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like ketchup packet, ketchup, 14 ounces of ketchup for $3.26. That's not bad. The markup isn't too bad. Not at all. All right, here's another one. I'm going to go ahead and I'll zoom in on this one and then scroll it since it's vertical. You got religion, herbs, birch bark. So for religion, jewelry chain, bamboo diffuser, let's see, medallion. You can get a, Santa Muerte medallion for $17.45. Isn't this wild? Let's see, faith bells, turkey feather. It's for all religions. Medallion, oil, myrrh. Wow, this is wild. Look at this. Book of Shadows. Oh, this is wild. All right, next page. All right, we'll zoom in a little bit. There's that one. Handkerchief, $1.12. I mean, the markup is not bad, y'all. It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. Let me see here. Typewriter. Correction tape. Oh, wow. Let's see. Paper. Let's see. That's not bad at all for a notebook. It's under $1. Under $1 for a notebook. Let's see here. You got fly swatter. If you want a fly swatter, it's only 61 cents. Damn. That's not bad, is it? Guitar strings. Guitar strings. $13. Guitar strings. Let me see here. Electric radio, $28. Wet dry shaver, $50. Wet dry shaver. I know. I wish I had a wet dry shaver, Eileen, because I hate, like, when you're on the go, man, it's like shit. It'd be nice to be able to, wet dry shaver as you're driving, get it all, get the baby face all cleaned up on the way to the location instead of the 30 minutes in the bathroom and shower and shave and that other stuff. Let's see, more religion stuff. Again, this isn't in order. What I'll do is I'll probably rename them and then I'll make a little video. I'll make a little video like a slideshow video. And then that's probably what I'll do. Make a slideshow video of it in order. Then you guys can kind of like have the video to see exactly. Yeah, because look, some of these are kind of, I'll add this onto another page, stuff like that. I'll get it cleaned up and actually presentable so you can actually like just sit back, watch it every 30 seconds. It changes to the new list. And then you can like dig in through it all. Let's see. Pantene shampoo. Moon Lodge peanuts. Oh, hey. If anybody's had Moon Lodge peanuts, yum. Salted, 1.75 ounces. Only 52 cents. Shampoo. Remember when I told you shampoo was expensive? Look at this. I told you shampoo was expensive. Hair shampoo, Pantene Fine Volume, 12.6 is $10.02. All right, here's some more. Oh, this must be like one of the first pages. Yeah, look at these numbers. They're all over the place. Alberto. You know what? Skip the Pantene. You can get 3 Albertos. Even got Lady Speed Stick in there. That's weird. Let me see here. Clothing, t-shirt, $8. Man, that's about how much is a t-shirt at Walmart costs nowadays. Not bad. Let's see. Okay, let's see, detergent, dishwashing liquid, coffee. Holy hell. What's $21? Coffee tea taster's choice, 8 ounces. Damn. $21 for taster's choice coffee when you can get other coffee 3 ounces for $4. That's wild. Cappuccino, sugar substitutes. Let's see, minute rice, Goody, Pepsi, Aquafina, root beer. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is, let's see, what else? Come on, StreamYard. Let's see here. Religious items, herbs, undershorts, guitar strap locks. That's crazy. You can buy guitar strings in there. Isn't that wild? Let me see. Thermal bottom, beige. Andrew Scott boxers. I never heard of Andrew Scott. Is that the new Joe Boxer? Andrew Scott. The new Joe Boxer is Andrew Scott. Yeah, there's more religious items. Dragon's blood. These are all herbs and oils. Wow. Okay, we went through that one in the beginning. There's candy, snacks, gel insoles. I mean, honestly, like, this stuff ain't too bad. Like, the markup isn't that crazy. There's so much religious. Excuse me. There's so much religious items. Personal care, vitamins, over the counter, oral care, soap bar. Oh, whoops! We're at the end. I thought this photo was kind of interesting. We're at the end. All right, give me 1 second. Let's flip back over here. We'll turn on the comments. We'll turn the comments back on. All right, so now we went through those. Pretty interesting stuff, the item list. All right, let's get into these crime scene photos. Let me see. Let's get rid of that. And let me pull these up now. All right, we'll get into these crime scene photos. Let's see here. We'll switch this up. And so there's, we'll get into it. Actually, I want to get into it. Let's get into it first. Yeah, see, there's the stuff that's spilled. Oh, actually, there is a cup. So see this cup right here? There's cup here, cup here. I think all that spilled. I think all of this spilled out of this cup when they ran by and bumped the table. So I that's why I think that spot's there, is because stuff was bumped over and but I think the table was more over to the side, because you would have to move it over, you know. All right, we'll get into that in a minute. I want to get into this picture right here, because this is this one right here. All right, let's I'm gonna like I said, I don't know, maybe sheltered. So dusty, you know, you got the handprints. People make it look like, you know, they're up against a window. Sometimes it can be for fun. Sometimes it's sexual innuendo, whatever. If you look at this, right? Okay. Obviously, yes, they couldn't get any prints on it because it was smudged. But this is when you're looking at this, right? So look, you see the white around the hand, you see the white around the hand. Somebody put a hand here, put a hand over there, and somebody else sprayed the snow stuff. Or they sprayed the snow stuff on the window and just went, because they knew they were already going to do it. Okay, it's not somebody that's looking inside. It's not somebody that's looking outside, and it's not the killers. The killer wouldn't even do that. That makes absolutely no sense. If a person is going to literally put every freaking fingerprint on their body, both of them on a freaking window. If you think a criminal is that damn stupid, I feel sorry for you. You should be covering true crime. You should. And for anybody to sit there and think like this is the killer's hands, there's other content that you could make about Idaho 4 here. This has nothing. This spray snow. Look, you got the little festive tree. You got the little festive Christmas tree. You got the other little festive Christmas tree right here, the purplish one. You got the silver grayish one. You got little Christmas stuff. And you have a decoration that's made to look like a joke. Like I said earlier, the dusty car that, and somebody puts a butt print and handprints on the dusty hood, and it makes it look like sexual act. You know, like it's a joke that they do. That's a joke that they do. And this is obviously, if anybody, and maybe some people haven't used the spray window snow stuff, but if you have, you know what it looks like. And this is what it is. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about with the little video here. This is just to show you what people do with this fake snow stuff. Let me see. Where's my Idaho folder? What? What the hell? My Idaho 4 folder's gone. That's weird. Okay, it's okay. Now it's back. Freaking weird. All right, so this is a little video to show you what it looks like. All right. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch this real quick. It's for anybody to think like the killer or the victims did that. I just, it's a slow fucking day over there for news, isn't it? Like, it's a slow day for news over there if that's what people are coming out. You see this? Watch. This is what it looks like. This is the stuff that people do. You see how it has that spray? Like, you see what I'm saying? Let me go full screen on that. You see how it's got that spray? This is what it's fun stuff. It's the spray snow that stays on the window until you clean it off. and people have fun with it. They make little designs, and you see how it's got that spray to it? You see what you could do with it? So when somebody's spraying it on there, right? You see the spray. You go back to the photo. You see the spray. My Lord, people. It's fake window snow, and I'm putting my hands up there as a joke, like I'm in a position. If it was somebody that was getting killed, don't you think you would see blood smeared on it too? Don't you think, like, seriously, they're like, a crime is happening and the killer's gonna go, who's inside this window? I'm gonna put my hands all over it so they can catch me. All of it, the palm, everything. I'm gonna put it all on there. Oh my Lord. Then somebody that's getting attacked, that's not gonna happen either. They're not gonna proportionally level, same angle as the other one. They're gonna be getting attacked, and somehow the same level and the same angle opposite of the other hand is miraculously going to line up that way as they're getting attacked. It's wild. Now, this is what I do want to talk about when it comes to hold on one second. Where did it go? StreamYard. Hold on, there's another one. I wish I could just start using that other program. I'm getting so over StreamYard. This is all right. There was another one. Hold on. I apologize, you guys. Can't even have a smooth live anymore. All right. I wanted to show this too. I apologize. I can't even have a smooth live anymore because of all this bug crap. All right. So here's what it looks like some more. See, you got that. You see how it has that spray to it? It's window snow. Look at the cool things you can do with that. Isn't that wild? That people can do that with that spray snow? But that's all it is. You can see the spray effect to it. You're going back to that photo, shows the same thing. So the current speculation, ever since these photos came out, and this has been like, this photo has been this main topic about the killer or a victim, and I'm just like, it's. I told you guys after there was not going to be any trial and no real answers are going to come about what took place, what didn't take place. It's going to be nothing but all this crazy ass speculation. I mean, look at what's going on. It's all speculation. Even to the point where it's such a slow content day. We're going to discuss this like it's the killers or one of the victims. All right, let me go back to the first one. We're going to go through these here. 1 second. Yeah, it's making it very difficult, StreamYard is, and I'm really like, I don't know. I've been patient for 2 months, and it's even with this show, I literally kept having to leave and come back through my whole intro. And it's taken like 5 seconds for a click to register. And I'm trust me, I'm patient right now, but it's really like 2 months of this now. It's really getting hard to be patient with this program anymore. All right. Let me go back to it. All right, so we're going to go to the first one. Let me get rid of this. All right, there's that. Now it is really blurry, right? Really freaking blurry for this photo right here. Obviously, this one is really, dude. With the, I don't even want to go into a rant because I will. It's the paying StreamYard customers that have this happen to them. Because the free versions, the people that use the free versions of StreamYard, there's no features that they have access to. So they're not getting all of these bugs that come with all of the paid features. So you see where it's like a really BS position, because paid customers should be the ones that get taken care of first. Unfortunately, we're the ones that are getting screwed. So it's almost like, hey, why don't I do free StreamYard and have ducks all over my screen? I won't be able to have the option to have scenes, and I won't be able to have the option to do all these other things that I like to pay, so you guys have a better viewing experience, just like YouTube Premium. So you guys don't have to sit there and we're digging into a video on YouTube, and then a freaking commercial pops up on the YouTube video in the middle of our show. Stuff like that. You know, I do that stuff so it's a better experience for people. Who wants to see ducks all over the screen? We have a cafe here that always does Christmas seed. Yeah, that's the window snow is amazing. What's up, Kelsey? How you doing? All right, so let's go into these. Let's go into these photos here. We're gonna break them. All right. So fuzzy. Now remember, with this smiley face, right? Remember when we were going through these, and we went through the 4. There was 4 that were put out, and we went through those on a live a few nights ago. Okay. During that live, that's when I was like, wait a minute, guys, I see a face. Don't you see the face? Don't you see the face, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, right? That's when we just had these blurry photos right here. Well, now you're going to see. That's why you're going to see, as we go through the 25 that were put out there, you'll see there was actually a drawn image on that sheet, and it was of a person, and that had a face up there. So yes, it was correct. There was a face there. We just didn't see it until the unredacted photo came out. See right here. Now that there's no blur, you see how it's got, you see that now? So when we're looking at this one, it's all blurry. It's like, man, what is that? I thought they were covering up something with a sheet. And then I'm like, are they covering up a bloody face with a sheet? Like, did he really take blood and make a smiley face out of it? But then, as these came out the next day, that's when I saw this and I went, oh, okay, that was a face. But now I know what the face was. Yeah, I know, Caddy. Yeah. I'm like I said, I will go into the graphic stuff on another platform. I'm not going to do it on YouTube. I'll just do it on Twitch, and I'll probably just do it on Twitch. By the way, if you're not subbed up over there, because we have unrestricted full access to everything over there, we even do our watch parties and stuff. We did the Prime Video watch party. If you want to check that out, there's my link to Twitch. We do the watch parties over there. We're going to be doing the Delphi doc that they had on Hulu. We'll be doing that over there soon. This is, where's the one for the Prime Video? Right here. Here's the link for the Prime Video. So if you haven't seen that Idaho 4 doc, you can see it right over there on Twitch. So there's the link to the specific video where we did that as well. But yeah, you can obviously, like this right here, I don't want to, so how can I describe this? So, okay. So, man, how can I describe this without being too graphic? So when you cut the body, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this without being too graphic. There's a reason why it's a specific color right here, okay? Okay, so when you cut the body, you have the different layers, okay? You got the different layers of skin. The skin transitions to body fat, to muscle, to bone, okay? So you have all these different layers. And when you cut that layer, okay, so you know you got the color of your skin right here, right? Whatever color your skin is, it doesn't matter when I'm talking about what I'm talking about here. So whatever color your skin is that color, okay? When you cut skin, and when you cut skin, it's a different color on the inside. It's more of a whitish, like notebook paper. Like it's more of a whitish, I don't know it's a notebook paper. It's a little bit lighter than that. I'm trying to think of like something to compare it to. It's a whitish color. What's coming to mind is like if you think of chicken. Yeah, there's different fat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got the different skin. You got the different skin layers because there's different layers of skin. You got the different layers of skin. It goes to fat, then it goes to muscle, then it goes to bone. And so when you're cutting it, it's opening, you're seeing the different layers of skin, and also you're seeing the skin that is attached to the fat. And so when you're cutting that, okay, you got whatever color is your skin up here. Whatever color is your skin up here's on top. You cut it. And I'm not saying like a paper cut. We're talking cut like this. Underneath, it doesn't matter what color you are. Underneath, it goes like a whitish color, and that color that transitions from the last layer or two of the inside, right? Not the outer layer of your skin, the last layer or two of the inside of your skin, and then is attached to the fat. That's what gives it that whitish And the best thing that the easiest way I can describe it is like raw chicken. If you're looking at raw chicken, okay? You're looking at raw chicken. It's the same color. The inside, it doesn't matter what color you are on the outside. It doesn't matter. Inside, raw chicken is that color. It's like a hint of a yellow. You know what I'm saying? It's a white, but it's a hint of a yellowish. It's not like straight white. It's like a hint. It's like a so when you're seeing that, okay? So that's what you're seeing right there. You're seeing that cut. And the reason it's like a yellowish color, you're seeing the cut. You're seeing the flesh because our skin is tight. So anytime you cut flesh, it's going to naturally open up, right? Because it's elastic to our bodies. So when you cut that elastic opens up and it wants to pull itself open, okay? So you're seeing the cut, the skin get pulled open from the elasticity of the skin. And then you're seeing the white color of the inside layers mixed with the blood. So when you have blood mixed with that part, that kind of wound where it's cut open, it's not like a little incision. It's not, this is like, you know what I'm saying? You know what it is. That skin is pulling itself apart so slightly. And so you mix it with the blood and that color, and that's what gives it that yellowish, the brownish, yellowish, more yellow than anything, yellowish, orangish type look. All right, so that's what you're seeing right there. And then obviously you got blood here. Now there's blood down there too. And with how the blanket is laying there, it's like the blanket was ripped off of the person, but the fact that there is blood all the way over here tells me that something else happened. Now, did he bump up against this with blood on him? It doesn't make sense, because if this blanket was laying there when the crime took place, it was laying there in this position, and this part of the blanket was facing down, there's no reason that this blood pattern would have developed on this part of the blanket. Okay, so this is telling me that either one is that the blanket was on him when he first got attacked up here, and then the blanket was ripped, thrown off of his legs to do that part of the injury, and maybe that's where this blood stain came from. Do you see what I'm saying? The blanket could have been laying on him. He goes up and does the neck first, grabs the blanket, throws it off to the side, and then does that to the leg. There's no way that blood is going to, especially with this pattern right here, there's no way that this is going to happen if this is how the blanket was in the crime scene. The only way that it could happen is if the person had blood on their leg and their leg bumped in to the blanket. That's the only way it could happen. There's nothing else that could plausibly happen for blood to make it over at that part. Now, I don't know if this is blood in this photo. It's hard telling, but I'm probably, it's an interesting spot. Then you got a couple, whoops. Then you got a couple spots over here, but with these photos, they're a little hard to tell. And then you got this, who knows what that is. You got some drips right here, it looks like. And then obviously you're going to have this right here. But I'm surprised. And then you have, oh yeah, there's other photos that show the splatter. That's right. As I'm remembering all the photos here, because some of them came out first, and then like not this particular video or the picture, but like this one came out first, one of the first 4. All right, so let's go. It'll show the splatter here in a second. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to. I thought that I had put these in order. I guess not. All right, then we got this photo again. This is a smaller photo. What's up, Miriam? This is a smaller photo of there's a bigger photo of this spot here. Now, you don't even really see blood around the stairs either. And then when we're looking at the floor, not really as well. So when we're looking at this photo, right, you don't see any blood. You don't see any blood right after the step. Like, it's one thing if you're wearing clothing that can block the blood from getting on you, but you're walking everywhere. You're not floating. So the fact that you're walking and there's, there was one that was cleaned up. But there's nothing there. There's nothing on that ground, on the wood tile. There's no discolorations. Now the table is in a certain part where maybe there would be footsteps, like right here, and the table's covering it. Oh, have fun in the ocean. Be safe. Shoe covers, like, yeah, you'll see what I'm saying when it comes to that photo, because I'm surprised, like the no booties. It's like, whoa. All right, so then you look at this. There's nothing. There's nothing that, like I said, alcohol's obviously spilled. It looks like it was probably from this cup too. Because look, it comes right out here and just comes all around. All right, then there's that. So you're not seeing too much, you're not seeing too much on that. With these photos, okay, this is the photo that's going upstairs. That is how Bethany's room, if the door was cracked. And she probably didn't have it cracked that much. Why can't I zoom in? All right. She probably didn't have it cracked that much. It was probably only cracked as much as this, because you're only needing one eye to look out. You don't really need that much room when you got a cracked door. So that's the stairs going upstairs. Now, where's the blood on the bottom of the feet, man? If you're, you know what I'm saying? And then you got these stairs right here. You got beer cans, you got pops. And this is what's crazy is I'm surprised nobody got hurt, man. Because if this was common where you're leaving cans and cups and, different, here's another item, whatever that may be. You're leaving different items. Here's another one up here. You're leaving different items on these steps. I'm surprised nobody fell and hurt themselves before. Best to me, I've reached out to them multiple times. They just, thanks for letting us know. We appreciate the feedback. We'll hurry up. We'll get to those as soon as, it's not happening. Trust me, I tried. I am behind watching this, but there's a photo Police dust, not that snow product, maybe not his handprints, but not. That's it. Okay. That's, I'm sorry, but that is not what police, Jenny. I appreciate your comment, but I'm going to be honest with you. That's not what police use to dust for fingerprints. Okay. It doesn't look like that. It's not a spray. It's a powder. So if we're talking about that photo, I'll go back to it again real quick. If we're talking about that photo, it's not, that's not what investigators use to dust for fingerprints. It's not. It's a powder. So when they put powder on a window, this is splatter from a spray. That's not powder. Powder, if they put powder on the window, Jenny, you wouldn't even see splatter. You would see fog. It would look like fog. It would powder. Imagine if you're throwing powder in the air. It's a fog. It's not a splatter like this is. So, and if they were going to powder the window, they would have powdered the whole thing. You see what I'm saying? You would see it over the whole window. You would see it on the whole window. If you could, and I'm just being honest, that's if you could see the powder that long, it'll, from a photo, it'd be pretty hard to see like that prominence of powder from a photo like this. It would look more like a cover of a slight dust. And so I appreciate your comment, but at the same time, do some research and you can see what we're talking about. I already showed what the spray snow looks like. It looks just like it as soon as I seen it. That's what I said it was. And I'm sorry that people are making up crazy ass stuff, which then makes other people think that this is, you know, like what she just said, you know, that's the powder they use to, no, it's not. If anybody knows law enforcement, that's not it. There's another can right there. I'm just surprised. That looks like a pipe of some kind, but anyway, that don't matter. But it just looks like, I'm surprised nobody fell. Now, this is a crazy thing. Remember when we were looking at the photos? We're looking at the photos of the forensic investigators when they were inside the house. And remember when the lady was, the guy was leaning over the half wall? Because we seen it through this picture right there, or the window that's right here to the left. See this window right here? Remember that photo that came through the window, and we saw the guy leaning over the half wall, and we saw the brown-haired, long-haired forensic lady look down the stairs, and they looked down, and it was like, oh gosh, I wonder how much red stuff was on those stairs and blah, blah, blah. Look, there's really nothing. So that this picture answers that question. Was there something? Like, what the hell was over that half wall? All right, and then this is obviously the photo with the footsteps. And you can see them right there. Now you got two sets you can see, and I'll show you guys. So you can see this footstep right here. This foot is coming towards the door because you got the bigger part of the boot that's towards the door. This photo right here, smaller part, bigger part. So you got coming in and leaving. So it looks like somebody came through here. Let me pull up my let me use Let me use Windows Paint real quick. All right, so when we're looking at this photo, all right, so we're going to share this part now. I'm going to show you. So you got, I wish I had like a pen. This is way too big. Hold on. All right, so you got, there's the footprint going this way. Okay. And then you have, it's so hard to do this with the mouse. Then you got, let's see if I can, then you got this foot going that way, right? So when you're looking at these footprints right here, let me zoom it in a little bit more. All right, so when you're looking at this footprint right here, for a pin and paint, what's a pin? I don't know what you mean. I'm using the pencil. That's what I'm using right now. I don't have, all I have is my mouse. But anyway, so when you're looking at these footsteps, right? These ones right here blend together, all right? You got footsteps coming this way and footsteps coming this way. Okay? So, yeah, I'm using the pencil. You can see it right there. I'm using the pencil thing. I just have a mouse. I wish I had a pen though. But anyway, you can see footstep here, footstep here, footstep here, footstep here. Okay, so you have all of these footsteps going this way. Footstep, 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 footsteps being blocked by this structure, footstep, footstep, they mix together, footstep, and then you have a footstep here, they mix together here, footstep, 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 as it's going away. So when we're listening, when we're reading those documents, and here, let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see a little bit better. Right there. Let me slide this over. Okay, right there. All right. So, so right here, you got footstep, 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 footstep. It's coming around. So kind of like you're going around, like you're at that back right part. Because remember, when I take you to the footage that I took, you see how high that back, as you're driving up that little road in between the Queen Road Apartments and 1122, the elevation is getting really high. By the time that your car is almost at the top of the hill to start turning right, the car is the same level as that third floor deck. But the thing is the ground that supports that deck is still level as this ground is right here. So you have a huge, right in that back right corner of the 1122, you got that huge incline right in that back corner. And off to the side, it's real easy because you could literally park there. You can walk a couple steps down the little hill on the side, and nobody notices you. So let me take you to this real quick, this footage, and I'll show you what I mean. So they're going to walk from that part, or they're going to walk from directly behind. And it's got that huge incline. I'm not going to look for the video. We'll do it another time. I don't break too much. But so yeah, that's what I see. I see footsteps coming this way. They mix together right here, because you got this one going this way, this footstep going this way. You see what I mean? You got that one going this way. This is the right foot. This is the left foot. This is the left foot. This is the right foot. Then they mix together. Then they come, and then they're walking around. So we heard that in the documents from law enforcement, that they found footsteps, but they both talked about footsteps that left the house. They didn't talk, the ones that I went through anyway, didn't talk about the footsteps coming towards the house, that there was two different sets walking away. But if you're looking at these, you can tell already, and I'll take all of these away, you can tell already what footsteps are coming in, what footsteps are going out. So you got footstep going that direction. Then you got this footstep, you know it's going in that direction. Then you got the footsteps where they combine together. Then you got footsteps that are coming off from this direction. Then you got more footsteps that are leaving in the other direction. Then you got more footsteps from the back that are leading towards the arrow of the footsteps that are coming towards us. And then you have these other footsteps that appear right there. Let me get to your comments real quick. Click on the brushes, and you should be able to go back to the... No, I don't want to go back to the one I had because it was too thick. My problem, Katie, is trying to draw with a mouse. So you get like these really crappy looking arrows, and it's hard for me to try and like draw the exact footprint kind of stuff. I don't know. It'd be cool to have one of those. I don't even know how that works, but let me see here. So there's that. Let me go to this other photo now. So that's enough for the paint. Now we'll go back to this photo. All right, that's what we've seen there. So now this photo. Nothing on the fridge. There's just some junky dirt on the floor. You don't see any. You don't see any kind of blood. Oh, that's funny. They got like a dirty clean, so you know if the dishes are clean or not. Butter. Then obviously, remember when we saw the photo of, there's the bag, the cup, the hand soap bottle that we always remember seeing in that photo. And that's what's sad too. If anybody noticed that, this is our happy place. All right, so then you're looking at the floor. Obviously, there's no kind of whatever left behind. That's obvious. There's no, and you got to look at this stuff too, like the bottom corner right before the door here. Like, is there something that might have, nothing? There's nothing on this structure whatsoever. Sometimes there might be, especially if there's like an injury or a small injury to the person, there might be some kind of directional discharge of blood, from the person's injury, or maybe an item that had the victim's blood on it. Sometimes, just little specks will fly off here and there if they don't drop down, and you'll notice little splatter patterns too. And then also, when it comes to the door, excuse me. Also, when it comes to the door, you're looking at the frame. Okay, you're looking at the frame, you're looking at this part of the frame, and there is no, as far as we know, now obviously these pictures, the quality is only so good until we actually get the complete unredacted stuff. Because like the originals, the digital camera, it's going to have clarity and all this stuff will end up being clear as hell. So once you get the FOIAs and stuff, but you see there's no kind of drip or smear activity on the door or the frame either. So nothing's on the floor. Nothing is on the door frames. Nothing is on the objects next to the door where something might splatter off to the side. And let me see here. And nothing really on the fridge either. All right, so there's that. And you got to think, and think about this too. If this is how, if the person that committed the crime left the door like this, if the person that committed this crime left through the door and it was that narrow, if that's a good point, Katie, and that's what I'm getting to here. If the person would have been walking outside with the clothes on that they committed the crime, with this door being left open this far, it doesn't say to me that the killer just shut it part way and didn't shut it all the way. If you're going to partially shut it and put your evidence on that damn door to just shut it a little bit, then you're going to shut it all the way. You're not going to take that chance. You're either going to go all the way or you're not going to do it at all. You're not going to take the chance of leaving any of whatever on you might be behind on that door. So you're not going to just shut it a little bit after you leave. It's not happening. So when I'm looking at that door and how narrow it is, what that's telling me is what you're saying, Katie. He must have had a garbage bag sitting down somewhere. So that way he could take it all off, put it in there real quick. I don't know. Did you wash your hands? I don't frickin' know. Did you use the soap bottle in the sink? Right? Did you use the soap bottle in the sink? Maybe they probably didn't test for that. But when you're talking about a door this narrow, when we looked at the frame, especially this part right here, when we're looking at the frame and we're not seeing any smudge, smear, splatter, discoloration whatsoever, that is what makes me think that is possible, that he did change in the kitchen, because with the door that I don't care how thin you are, if you're wearing the outfit that made sure that nobody's blood got into your car, your home, anywhere, not even the smallest speck, you're going to go sideways through that door, and guess what's going to happen? The back of you is going to scrape along the side of it. The front of you is going to scrape along the side of it if you're going sideways through that, because you're not going forward or backward. So as we're looking at the frame, we would see smear, smudge from the outfit, if somebody did walk through that door, either two things. They didn't leave through the door. They didn't leave through the door, or they put they had a bag in the kitchen. They got done committing the crime, threw it all in a bag, cleaned up whatever was left behind on the floor. Latent shoe print, but it was a Vans. Then they left. I could see somebody dropping all their stuff and skeeting out sideways, and you're not going to get. But if you're leaving with the outfit that just took out 4 people, and you're going sideways through that narrow crack of that sliding glass door, there would be residue somewhere along this part of the frame, because this part of the frame right here, and I'm talking right here, this part of the frame would have smudge, smear, something on it, and you don't see any discoloration whatsoever from the top to the bottom of that door. So it's either two things: disrobed before they left, or they just simply didn't leave out this door. All right, next photo. All right, we're looking at this right here. So remember when I said that we have to, when it comes to this photo, I wish I had these in order. I apologize. I thought I did. When it comes to this photo, okay, and that's why I said we have to, number one, you know, because I thought the same thing. How did BK chase Xana from the stairs all the way to her room without bumping into this table? Then I saw this, and I'm like, oh, well, that is obviously a big spill. So you're bumping into this part of the table. It's going to make the cup fall this way, and then the liquid is going to go in the direction that the table was bumped. Now, I also said we have to keep in mind that just because the table is right here doesn't mean that that's where it was at when BK supposedly chased Xana. Right? I said Hunter obviously was the first one that came upstairs. Hunter would have had to slightly adjust the table too. Now we know Hunter walked into the kitchen. Hunter came upstairs. Hunter walked into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, came back out. Now, this is why I think the table, like I told you guys before, the table was already somewhere else, and it was moved over when Hunter got there to go to Xana's room. So when we go to this photo, do you see what I'm talking about? So this table right here would have been up against this half wall, right? Would have been up against this half wall. So do you see how when Hunter would need to move the table to get to Xana and Ethan, he's going to move it over to the left so he could walk through. So with Hunter, because this right here, when you're playing beer pong, you want this half wall because you don't want the cups to tip. You don't want the cups to fall over. You want that table up against that half wall. Okay, so you take that amount of room that was separated. Imagine the table being back at the half wall. That's a good foot, little over a foot. We go back to this photo. Imagine that table being another foot and a half back from where you see it right now. It wouldn't be that hard to chase Xana through that doorway. I still think they bumped into the table. I really do, because if somebody's running away, somebody's chasing somebody, you're not talking about a lot of room. I'm still saying the table got bumped, because look, the table got bumped because of the alcohol coming out and spilling this way. But what I am saying is that the table was actually another foot and a half away from that doorway. That's why, because you have to think about it like this too. If this was where the table was at, Hunter comes in, he would have moved the table over to the right to get through to the doorway to the kitchen. But instead, it already had access to the kitchen. He didn't need to move the table because the table was already against the half wall, and he had plenty of room to go back and forth from the kitchen to back into the living room to then go to Xana. He would then have to take that table, move it over to the left, just like this photo, take the table, move it over to the left, so then he could go to find Xana, and then that's why you see the table where it's at. That's just my opinion, but that's the most plausible way it would have went down with with him chasing her. Now you see, obviously, Xana laying on the floor there. Let's blur down. On her back. I'm not saying you need it to bounce. You can't. Okay. Beer pong, you're not bouncing balls off walls, right? And it's a half wall. There would be no. It's a half wall. The table would be up against the wall. And what I was saying is, when you're playing beer pong and you toss the ball, you don't want the cup. Let me bring out paint again. Break this one down. All right, let me bring out paint again so I can explain it. Because I think so. Maybe there's some confusion. I don't know for sure, but let me explain this to y'all, just in case there is any confusion out there with what we're talking about. All right. You see, you got the half wall right here. That half wall is the same level as this table. I don't understand how you're bouncing a ping pong ball off of a wall if there is no wall there. All right, number one, because we're talking about a half wall. All right. Now, what I'm saying, that this table was probably up against this wall right here, is because when you have a table or a wall, let's go ahead and make a fake wall here. Say you got the wall right here. There's the half wall right there. Guess what? When that ping pong or that ping pong ball, whoops. When the ping pong ball flies, is this thicker? No. When the ping pong ball flies this and hits the cup, right? You got a ping pong ball flying and hitting the cup. Let me make this the same color so it looks like a piece of wood. All right. We got a piece of wood there now. All right. So when you got the ping pong ball flying over here, and this cup, and say that, hold on a minute. I wish I could just like snap a finger and have this stuff up. All right, you got a ping pong ball flying. None of this is working out right. Oh, my Lord. Why is it? Anyway, I don't know. All right, you got a ping pong ball flying this way. Say it hits the tip of the cup. It hits the tip of the cup. What's going to happen? This whole cup's going to fall backwards. So if that ping pong ball hits this part of the cup is going to fall over and go this way. See what I'm saying? You don't want that to happen in beer pong. You want the ball to go in the cup. Is somebody going to be able to throw the ping pong ball perfectly where it doesn't hit the edge of the cup? Most of the time, no, unless you're like some carnival rock star that can win all those side games. It's not happening. So you got, I do not understand what work with me here. This is, there we go. You got the ping pong. No, that's not it. Jeez, this is crazy. What the hell? Okay, you got the ping pong ball flying here. It hits the edge of the cup goes falling over. If you have all of this room in between the half wall, you got this right up here, because see, this is maybe an inch or two. The top of this cup goes above that half wall. Half of the way up the cup is where this half wall is, half the way up the cup. So if you have this table up against this half wall right here, that means the cup is only going to tilt this much. It's going to kind of rest against that half wall, not tip over, make a mess. I hope that makes sense. All right, let me go back to these other photos now. That took entirely way too long. All right. Let's see here. There's all sorts of different ways of beer pong. Kimberly, there's many different ways to play it, just because of, it's like Monopoly, Kimberly. Some people play it one way, and then there's other people that play it this way and add a little twist to it. And there's other people that play it this way and have their own complete rules with it and all this other stuff. Yeah. You don't want it to spill. You don't. But that's, I mean, think about it. Why wouldn't the table be bumped over? Well, that's why the table wouldn't be bumped over if BK was chasing Xana. Because the table was over there already. Hunter went in to get the knife, came back out, had to move it over so he could get to Xana's room. It just makes, it's common sense. Then you got this over here. We don't see any kind of splatter, any kind of blood, nothing. Just a little beautiful decoration there. And then obviously you got these paintings here. So we're going to go over here, take a look at the corner. And you also have the reflection from that room. Nothing. And then let's see here. You got that. There's nothing on this. So it wasn't used. Yeah, there's a million ways to play it, guys. It's like Monopoly. There's a million ways to play. Everybody has their own rules. Everybody. It's not like a universal. It's for the most part, you know. But there's always different rules and different amounts and all that other stuff. All right, so that's looking into the room right there. Now, obviously, if we're looking at the door frames where the bathroom's at, where you're entering the bedroom, let's see. You can play by yourself, Paul Taylor. You can play by yourself. You just toss the ball by yourself. All right. And then obviously we don't. So it's not like, it's not like the attack happened right here, because we obviously don't see anything on the ground either. And so literally got to the room, and then she was found on her back. Let me see here. Yeah, sometimes, like I said, there's different ways to play it. How students in Idaho play it might be different. How students in South Carolina play it. I mean, we're talking about a game here. Like nobody's ever introduced their own rules to games before, and each game is completely 100% fluid across humankind. Come on now. Shit. There's only one way to play, and that's it. Well, I don't know. Maybe in your locale, but explore a little bit. You'll see. People make up their own rules, their own twists, their own versions. It's crazy. Oh my God, the world it's going to be such a dangerous place in 5-10 years with some of the bubble wrap. Invest in bubble wrap right now, because there's going to be a lot of people using it in the future. Bubble wrap. Let me see here. We're looking at, there's your router. There's your router for your internet. Right there. Right there in the ground. Let me see here. So let's kind of scan. I need to invest in some bubble wrap like yesterday. All right. Black book bag. Oh gosh, there's a black book bag. Oh gosh, there's a black book bag. Guess what? It's not the fucking killers. The black book bag being the killers is just like the handprints with the spray on snow on the window being the killers too. Go out and get some sun. You'll have a new outlook on everything. Trust me. Bubble wrap. Invest in bubble wrap. Invest in bubble wrap. There's a lot of bubble wrap that's needed these days. All right, you got your ashtray on the ground. You got your cans. And I'm not seeing any red stuff. Not seeing any red stuff. Now, what's weird is this is what I've always noticed in these photos before, is this couch was never... This couch was never separated like that. Because it's a corner couch. Corner couches meet up. And anytime I wasn't referring to you, Ray, to the people who think that it can only be played one way. It's like there's bubble wrap is available, because yikes. But when it comes to this gap here, I'm wondering, I mean, it's almost like it got bumped. I don't know. It's just weird. There's no gap there usually, because those pieces fit together and it's a corner couch. And anytime you've seen those videos of the students, they're on the couch, there's no separation on it. Like it shouldn't, it's a corner couch. It's meant to fit in the corner. That's weird that the spots are separated. All right, we already saw this photo. Again, that's the same one. All right, so now you're looking at this. Okay, let me come up here. So at first it looks like that was blood, but it's really not. Obviously, these are blood droplets. And obviously, this is Maddie and Kaylee's door. Oh, there's that picture. It's the killers. Who's inside? Let me put my hands and my palms all over it. Not. All right, you see this? It's the same door as Kate. We know that these were her boots, obviously. Now, this is kind of the weird thing, too, is I wanted to bring this up about this photo. Is remember how Maddie's mom, no, it's not a piece missing from the couch. It's so here, let me go back to this. Well, I'll talk about what Maddie's mom brought up. So if you're looking at this couch, you know how like they're gonna be together, right? It's so I'm not opening up Paint again. So you see like this part of the couch. Can you see my cursor? Yeah. So this, say the couch is together, right? It looks like somebody bumped in. It looks like somebody bumped in to this part and it kind of moved it over a little bit. Because corner couches, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Katie. Corner couches go like this. They're meant to go up into the corner. Even if they're rounded where that corner is for the corner couch, even if it's rounded, they're still meant to go up into the corner. That's why they call it a corner couch. So, well, the only space you're saving on a corner couch, Paul, is behind. And normally, if you have, like when I had a corner couch that had a curve to it in the corner, I had a lamp behind it. I had a lamp that was, you know, a lamp stand. So I had my corner couch up against the corner. It had a curved corner where it goes up against the corner of the wall. And that gave me enough room to have a stand-up lamp behind my couch. So that way I had a light that was right there and I could get up and turn it on and turn it off right there from the corner couch. But to me, that doesn't, they're not separated, because then all of a sudden you slip through and you fall through and your arm might go through your leg, whatever. They're always together. And so what I'm saying is it's almost like somebody had bumped into this like corner of this couch and maybe moved it out of position a little bit, but who knows? It could have been from the party too, you know, that there was parties from the morning and until the afternoon through the evening. It could have been bumped from one of the parties. But when it comes to Maddie's mom here, she had mentioned, Maddie's mom had mentioned about how one of the only items that she was able to get was Maddie's, you know, yellowish, creamish looking Idaho sweater, the cutoff, the one that she took the photo of that morning with everybody. And so when this picture came up and I saw the, I'm like, where's the sweater? You guys see what I'm saying? I see a blanket and maybe the blanket covered the sweater, but Maddie's mom said that the sweater, that was one of the only things she was able to get because of the blood contamination on all the other items, which is weird because we're not seeing a whole bunch of it everywhere. She said that the the sweater was hanging over the chair. And so when I first seen this picture, I was like, wait a minute. Where's the sweater? Wouldn't the sweater be there right away? And I don't see law enforcement. I don't see law enforcement moving the sweater for the picture. So I'm thinking maybe the sweater was under the blanket. I don't know. That's one thing I noticed about this photo. Also, when we're looking down here at the bottom, I'm not seeing any drips. Oh, StreamYard's bugging out. Hold on one sec. Oh my God, StreamYard. Is it still showing? Did it cut out? Hold on. It just acted really weird again. Okay, yeah, it's still working. Okay. What the hell was I saying? It's so distracting when this happens. What was I saying? It just did it again. All right. So, and another thing that we noticed is there's not much. You would think that there would be something on the floor, especially with a weapon in a hand. Now there is, there's some drops on the door. We saw those drops on the picture a minute ago. So there is some kind of drops on the floor, and they're going in different directions, which makes me think that it might have been directional from the act that was taking place and it made it that way. Or it could be also as he's running out the door, with the weapon, you're doing this with your hand and it'll, it can fly off as well, or fly back, or fly in whatever angle, they're going in different angles. They're going in different angles when it comes to the splatter that is on these structures. But that's, you're not seeing, you would expect to see at least some kind of like maybe thicker drops. I mean, hell, you just, especially when you're thinking of Kaylee's injury, it's like, dude. And maybe that might have been, who knows, maybe he really did clean up after he left. After every room, he made sure he wiped it. I don't know. Like wipe the floors at least or something. I don't know. It's just weird. But yeah, there's not really. And that's just one thing I noticed. I was like, where's that sweater that Maddie's mom was talking about? There's another spot. I mean, it's just very minimal. Very minimal. And when it comes to these photos, when it's the redacted stuff, this stuff isn't going to be redacted. This right here, right? So it's like, oh, it's because, some of them, I'm not saying all of them. There's some photos where are going to be like totally like, it's going to be like, damn, this really happened. But some of these photos, it's like, it makes you wonder, like this one right here, just one little tiny droplet. There's no reason to redact a whole door that has droplets of blood on it if you're going to show a spot with blood on it. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that some of those photos didn't get released is a little, it's kind of weird, So there's got to be spots, all over. All right, here's another view. All right, and let's see here. There's really nothing on the walls there. The doors, pink cowboy hat, the door. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me go back. There's one pic that shows 2 doors and looks like the open doors to a bedroom. That open door is different design from all the interior. Yeah. So you got to think about it like this too, Ray. It's a party house. I'm sure that door was replaced. So you got to think, I mean, I'm just party houses. Sometimes they have walls that have holes in them. You know what I mean? Punch, different things. People bang stuff into stuff, or, it could be the door. I mean, look at the deck, look at the structure. It wasn't very well taken care of. So who says the condition of the previous door wasn't deteriorating to the point where they needed to replace the door? And when you're talking about landlords that let the house get in that condition, especially that deck, because that 3rd floor deck was literally, it was decaying. Like you could tell from the wood that deck, there were parts of it that were decaying, and it was because of all of the moisture that came from that big tree in that back part of the back part of the lot. It creates shadow from the sun, so it doesn't allow the moisture to dry quicker than other parts of the house. And then also when it comes to the elements of the different seasons, that tree will actually like you can go look at there's my neighbor has a shed in his backyard, and I even gave him a heads up about it. What's up, Tree? I even gave him a heads up about it. There's a neighbor next to me, and in his backyard, he's got a garage. Because I used to do roofing when I was doing construction. So when there's a certain look to roofs and shingles when you know that everything, when it needs replaced, it's pretty obvious. All right. And so when I was out there in the backyard helping him out with something, and then I look up and I'm looking at that tree, and I'm thinking, damn, that tree's got to cause some roofing issues on this shed / garage type structure. And sure enough, like we go around and I look, and I was explaining to him, I was like, see that tree right there? That tree creates shadow in the sunlight. So then the moisture's not drying up. When when it's raining, a lot of those water droplets are going to collect on the leaves, and then they're going to be focused on that particular part of the roof. So he goes in a couple weeks later, he went into his garage, he went up the shed, that garage thing, went up to the top, and sure enough, it was already deteriorating. It's so bad that it started to affect the plywood underneath the shingles, and it had like a softness and a bow to it. So it really does. And so when you have landlords that don't take care of the property like they should, the general maintenance, you're going to get shit like that. You're going to get a replacement door where they don't even care if it looks the same. And if anybody out there has a slumlord, you'll know what I'm talking about because you probably deal with it. Something needs replaced in your household, and the slumlord just doesn't even give a shit if it looks the same. They're just going to slap whatever on there. And that's where you get a different door. And that's just my opinion, where a different door than the other ones is because slumlord. And we know who owns the house. It's not like they really care about the property. It's more of a business thing. You know what I'm saying? We already dug into that a couple years ago about, the background of 1112 or 1122 and all that. But that's what it says to me. A door needed replaced, and they didn't give a shit if it looked the same. It needed a door. That's it. Let me see. Now, whose room it is? Yeah, it's got to be Bethany's. So, if I can, I wonder if I have the plans for the house, because this right here is like a. Is that website up anymore? Hold on, let me see if that one website is still working. It's not. Dang, they took it away. I'm gonna have to do I think I did a house tour video already a long time ago. I'm gonna have to see if I can find that. That's gone. Dang it, they took that away. Let me try this one. Not accessible. Are you effing serious? They got rid of all of them? There was 3 different versions, and 2 of them don't work anymore, which those are the 2 that always did, and then the one didn't work anymore. They really took it away. Why would they take it away? Not accessible. And that's the Koala post and the 1122tour.com. Let me see. I got the floor plans somewhere. Give me 1 second. I believe it's Bethany's room, and I'll show you why. Because it doesn't match. Because this is if it's upstairs 3rd floor, and that's supposed to be number 1, the doorknob's on the wrong side. Okay. If this is Maddie, where Kaylee and Maddie were found, the doorknob's on the wrong side, number 1. So it's not. It's not that door. It's not Xana's door, because the bathroom door is on the other side. And it's not Dylan's door, obviously. So it's pretty much got to be Bethany's door. But I got the floor plans. Okay. I wish I could use that damn walk around. 1 second. I know I got them somewhere. If not, I have the pictures of the downstairs also. See here. I'm going to have to go through each folder. This might work. This is from the Prime doc, but no, that isn't going to really explain. It's just an outside. I'll pull that one up, but I'm probably not going to end up using that one. Yeah, you know what? I can. I don't need to pull out. I can use this photo. All right, so I'm going to use this one real quick. This will, without going through the floor plan, because the floor plan will be able to show you for sure. All right, but what we're looking at. All right, so we know it's not this room. We know it's not this room because the doors don't line up. We know it's not this room, and we know it's not this room. It's got to be this room. So the door that you're seeing, okay, and this is kind of why I wanted to use the tour. I'm going to have to, let me look that up. I'm going to write that down. I'm pretty sure I made a video with the tour, but now that it's taken away, I need to double check it. If not, I'm going to use my old footage to do a walk around, but I'm pretty sure I already made one. But in that walk around, you'll see this is like a utility room right here. So you got this bedroom, then you got this little area. This is like a utility room right here. Okay. So you got the doorway right here looking in, and then you have the doorway to the utility room right off to the side. So let me bring that back up. And so when we're coming here, you got the utility room off to the right. You got Bethany's room right here, and you see this wall right here. This is the wall that has the stairs that go up. Now this wall, and if we had that walk around, I could show you. When you go inside Bethany's room, there is a little closet door right here on the other side of this wall. And it's like a half closet where it's a closet up until where the stairs are at. So it's like a half closet. And this is the wall this is that half wall that goes all the way up to the second floor. The stairs are going up right here. And then also you have the window on the left. You can see that from the shadow. The light is coming from the left. All right. And that lines up with Bethany's room too. But mainly, all you have to do is look at this door and look at this door. And you know that this door doesn't exist if this is Xana's room. This door doesn't exist if this is Dylan's room. This door doesn't exist if this is Maddie's room. This door doesn't exist if this is Kaylee's room. The only way that this door exists is if this is Bethany's room. That is the utility room right there. Yeah, it's like laundry. It's a pretty big room, actually. It's a pretty big room. But yeah, it's like laundry, utility, all of that. All right, so there's that photo. This one right here. And we probably know what that is already, right? We already found that out in the documents, what that is. Which is weird to say that none of them came back with, that none of them came back with any substances in their bloodstream was kind of a shock to me. It was a shock to me. That's what I'm wondering because everyone else has the other doors from the photos. Yeah. Yep, that's it's Bethany's room. Is that the bathroom on the right? Might be old comments. Sorry. And that's right. Yeah, college rentals, just get whatever is cheap and available. And literally, they aren't gonna care, and the roommates probably aren't gonna care if the door, I mean, think about it. Xana's dad was literally just there to replace locks, right? You don't think somebody kicked in a door? That's what it's just a slumlord doesn't care that the doors match and is just throwing it up. Let me see here. These are just pics. Okay, cool. Thank you, Caddy. Nope. It says bummer. It looks like this is no longer available. Wait a minute. Looks like this pad is no longer available. Oh, it's calling it not the actual, it's just calling the house a pad. Okay. Thank you, Caddy. Let me go into these real quick. And thank you, Paul Taylor, the $2 euro. Thoughts and prayers, yes, for them and the family. And thanks for the euro as well and the support. Remember the spare bedroom. Yeah, what about the spare bedroom? It's not the spare bedroom. Because if it was the spare bedroom, then you would have seen. Let me show you. I wish it was easier to navigate on StreamYard here. All right, so if we're talking spare bedroom, it's not the spare bedroom, because if it was the spare bedroom, the front door to the house doesn't look like this. And if this is the spare bedroom, there's a section, this wall wouldn't be here. because this part of the area, if this is the front door, this wall right here would be way back to the left. It's not, because you got to think, this is enough room right here. This is only enough room for stairs from this side of the wall to this side of the wall. That's only enough room for stairs. That's why the stairs are on the left. So if this was the front and you're basically coming down the stairs, then that means that there would be no hallway going behind you. That's how you know it's not the spare bedroom. Excuse me. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys how it's Bethany's. And thanks to Caddy, because I'm going to have to find that video of me doing the walk around. But here, this is the best thing that I can show you. Watch. You'll see what I'm talking about when you see this, okay? This right here. Okay, so this is the kitchen. All right. All right, this is Bethany's room, okay? Now, gosh, it's so small. You know what? I'm going to just give me a second. I got to save all these real quick because I can't. Hold on one. Here, I'll leave this photo up. It's going to take me a minute. I got to save all these photos. Because it's too damn small on the screen. I'm trying to hurry you guys. I apologize. Let's see here. It's a web file. Can't even save them as a... All right, hold on. Just give me a few moments here. I got to save them. Where are we at for time? Let me see where we're at for time. 3:40. I'll find that video where we're walking around. I know I've done it plenty of times. And I'm sure I have open screen. I'm pretty sure I put out a video too. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing screenshots because the web files, they don't save as an image. It just saves as a link. So I am screenshotting. So that way I can zoom in and show you guys. I know there's a lot of confusion about whose room that is, and I see it. And I feel bad for people because it's like, I don't know, maybe I just studied the house a lot more. But you can pretty much see whose is what based off of the dimensions and all that. Here's the utility room. We'll show you that. I really wish I'm gonna look for those floor plans for the house in my folder too, because I want to show you guys that as well. Okay. There's Xana's room. That's the perfect picture. And it shows, yes, this is the only picture I need to show you guys. It shows the door handle in the opposite position and everything. This, without a doubt, is going to show you guys that it's Bethany's period. All right. There's more pictures. I'm on 20 of 28, so just give me a moment, please. Did I take that one? I don't know if I did or not. Oh, Lord. Sorry for this, you guys. I'm trying to hurry as best as I can. All right. Now I got to collect all the screenshots here. Give me one moment. I don't need to find those floor plans anymore either. This picture is going to basically show you everything you need to see to show you that this is 100% Bethany's room. Okay, that, and there we go. Okay, copy. All right, that should. All right, so let me go through these. Let's close that. Let's get rid of that. Go back to my StreamYard. Stop. Let me check your comments in a second. I've been able to check comments while I'm doing that. All right, so let's pull these pictures up here. There we go. Much better version. Okay. How did they not? I don't know how they didn't hear anything either, Paul, especially with the dog barking. Yeah, we're going to have to get in. It's been too long already, so we'll have to get into the audio suspect, the audio from the 1112, the boosted audio, and then also the suspect vehicle 1, how I'm going to prove to you guys again that it's not a Hyundai Elantra that was leaving the scene of the crime, with that new video and also with the other research that we did already before a few months ago. We put that out there. I'll drop the link for you guys, because basically here, let me drop that for you real quick. Here, save this link, because we're going to get into this into the next show. We don't have enough time to do it today, but save this link. You can literally watch this. You can literally watch this video with the new 1112. You can use my boost audio, or you can watch anybody else's. All right, and you listen to the car that's coming in and listen to the car that's coming out. Now, this is what I broke down a few months ago, and we're gonna get into it. We're gonna like deep dive into it on the next show. I don't have enough time to do it today, but on the next show, we're gonna dig deep into it. You can literally watch this video from back then, apply it to the new video that just came out, and it will show you even more. What I'm saying and what I'm showing you is even more legit. This video proved it, because there's so much more video of the car leaving, and there's so much more video of the car coming. Listen, it's two different cars. So there's that link. We'll go into that in the next episode. Also, what else? There's something else I didn't get into yet either. I don't know. We've already wasted enough time. All right, so let me go to the photo. Okay, so this is Bethany's room. Okay, first, let's bring you back to this photo so you can have it in your mind, because I want to show you this next one of Bethany's room. There it is. All right. Okay, so let's go back to this so you guys can see. All right, you see this? You got the door here. You got the door to here. You have the wall right here. You got the doorknob on the opposite side, right? Because normally door handles are on the left. This one's on the right. So when we're going to look at this photo, this is from the house tour, and I want you to see something. Right, now you see how you got this half wall, remember? That's where the stairs are at. Oh my Lord. All right, you got the half wall. That's where the stairs are at, or not the half wall. My gosh. My Lord, it is going. You got the half closet. Sorry for me misspeaking. You have the half closet right here. You got this part right here. That's the stairs going upstairs. Now you see this door handle? See this door handle right here? This door handle is on the opposite side. You see this door right here? You see the pattern? You got this pattern. You got the doorknob on the opposite door where it's supposed to go. You got the other room right here, remember? You got the other room. That's why we know that that picture isn't the front door in the other bedroom, because there's not another. You got all of this space in between. That's the wall that you're seeing on the left side of that photo is this wall right here. And then on the right side is this right here. So that shows you right there. You got, this is the utility room, doorknob on the opposite side, and you have the same door pattern as this picture. Now, obviously, that's kind of weird, right? So maybe it was a slumlord door for a long time. You got that door pattern, the doorknob on the opposite side. You got a door behind us. You got the spare bedroom directly behind us. And this right here is the wall that has the stairs going up to it. So it's definitely Bethany's. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, it's definitely Bethany's. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right, let's go to this photo here real quick. Trust me, you're gonna save that suspect vehicle 1 video that I made. Watch the 1112. Listen to the sounds of the car coming in, driving around. Listen to the sound of the car leaving. Then watch my video. You'll see what I'm talking about. I break down the different windows and the tail light and all that other stuff, but really just focus on the sounds. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, that's one thing you can definitely, you listen to it and you're like, you can't be like, oh, it sounds like this. It's either a muffler that makes noise or it's a muffler that don't. It's that simple. So just pay attention to those two. Now, when we're seeing this photo, this is, you know, it has some stuff on it, blurred out a little bit. That's, remember when they said that he sat down on a chair? I think you're seeing, I think what you're seeing is some bloody mess, and then that's the chair. You can see right here, it's a chair. It's a chair, and that's the chair that I believe might have been used. All right, you got drops. Now, obviously, we're going to see that in little teeny drops. Not too big of a photo there. Now this one, you have, I should probably pull up paint for this one. Let's see, is there another? Let me see here. I thought I had another photo of this one, but I don't think I do. I might have it in another folder. I thought I had a bigger photo of this particular photo. Okay, you got blood splatter all over in different directions. So let me pull this one up in paint for you guys. Okay, we'll zoom out a little bit, pull this up in paint, stop this, screen share this. All right. So when we're looking at this photo right here, you have a pattern that's going this way. You have a pattern that's going that way, this way, that way. And then obviously just a dot, dot. You got pattern going this way. Is it easy to see? It might not. Let me, what color can I use to make it stand out? Marker, maybe. You got it going this way, this way. You got this way, this way, this way. This one's kind of going down a little bit. All right, you got this pattern going that way. So you see how there's, let me make this go a little bit longer so you can see the different directions. So you can see like the blood pattern is going all sorts of different crazy directions. Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate the kind words. I apologize. It's taken me so long to get through this stuff here. If you're just joining, trust, we went in through Doug Wilson. He's branching out to Washington, D.C. Somebody from the White House came to his church. You guys got to check out what he said in the little interviews that he did. We also went through the 360 camera tour of solitary confinement, where BK is at. We also went through all of the items that BK can purchase there at the maximum security facility there that he's at. So you got to see his room. You got to see the items that he's able to buy on the, at the jail. And then also you got to see how much it all costs. We went into all that at the beginning of the show. So if you are just joining, definitely check that out. Now, you got all sorts of this too. Look, you got the splatter going down this way. It's coming this way. It's going that way. It's going that way. It's going that way. It's going this way, this way, this way, that way. Got a little bit going that way and then this way. You see how it's all kind of going in different directions right there too. So let me take those away so you can see it. Whoops, we'll leave those markings up there. And thank you so much, Ray, for the $3.99 super sticker. Let me see what it was. A little kitty. Hold on, what is he doing? Hold on. I'm trying to see it. The little things are so small on YouTube. Hold on. Son of a... It's like a little kitty doing something. Thank you. Is a dog with a boba? Okay. Thank you. It's hard to see. It's so little on my phone. I wish it showed, because I don't have the YouTube feed on my computer because I have all this program stuff. Thank you so thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's cute. With a bow bone. All right, we'll get in, and thank you again. And for anybody that has contributed, it really means a lot to me. It really does help push and keep the show going, because literally, if you knew what I was doing in the background, you would know that a lot of the funding goes to a lot of the work that we do over here. And so every little bit is completely appreciated, because there's never enough. So I really appreciate all the guys' help. Also, I want to give you all a round of applause real quick too. Thank you again. Okay, is there no clapping that goes along with this? What the hell, StreamYard? I'm like, where's the clapping? There's supposed to be clapping, and then it just took 5 seconds to register or something, I guess. Gotta love StreamYard. What's up, Architect? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? All right, so I showed you guys the different blood patterns over here, okay? So here you got, let me zoom in so I can kind of, and hopefully, maybe I'll use a pencil on this one, right? Let me see, because I want to show you guys this particular pattern right here. Is this, yeah, that's too thick. Let me go, so I like to use it. What about crayon? Nope, that's too thick. Natural pencil? No, that's not enough. Water brush, marker. Okay, that's good enough. All right, now look at this. Look at this pattern right here. Okay, watch. You see how that goes? Now you have these ones that are like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and like that, and like that. I really need to look into like a mouse pen, because I bet you I could do a lot more better visual stuff if I had an actual thing that could draw. But anyway, you see this, you see all that? So you got this, and then it kind of, you got this one right here, and come on, hold on. Now it's messing up for me. That's why I'm never good at like golf on the computer, because how are you supposed to swing so straight, you know? All right, hold on. I'm trying. It's just making it look worse. Okay, so you got this line. Okay, I don't know. I'm just going to zoom in and explain it. I can't get it good enough with this mouse. All right, so you got this right here, right? And then it kind of comes down. That's not very good. You got this, and see how it changes direction? See how, and this one kind of goes with it too. It kind of comes, it kind of curves in a little bit. It kind of curves in. This one curves in. They curve in at the same spot. So if we're looking at where the curves happen, here and here, right? That's where it goes down, curves over, and goes down. So that is not, when it comes to these blood patterns, that is not typical of splatter and runoff. You don't have 3 particular drops or drips that go down and go over at the same time and come back down around again. All right. So when you're looking at these two at the top too, these two at the top, Start, curve up. Start and curve up. Now, a lot of people are thinking that this is splatter, but it's not necessarily splatter. So when you're looking at all of those angles of all of that blood, that's telling me that somebody's hair brushed up against and flapped, and that's how you get strands that curve up. That's how you get strands that at the same time curve over and back. You see what I'm saying? You look, and I'll take all this stuff away, okay, so you guys can see it, so you don't see nothing but red lines. But this is why you see right there, curve in, come back out, start at the top, same, curve in, come back out, continue to go down in this particular spot right there. That's how you know that right there, if this doesn't tell you, because this whole blood spatter to go up and curve up and over, that blood don't do that, man. It may splat at a certain direction, it may drip in a certain direction, but it's not going to start off and splatter curve up. It's not doing that unless there's like a industrial fan that's blowing right in front of it and the blood smacks, and it's not happening. Okay, so if this right here tells you that it's hair, this necessarily don't, and maybe that's where a lot of people are getting confused, is because they do this spot right here. A lot of people do see, and trust me, if you're not focused at looking at this part, and you're not focused at looking at this part of the blood splatter, it is going to tell you that the splatter is happening like this, and you're just going to look at it that way. And so whenever you see this splatter, you're not going to associate it with it. And whenever you see this splatter, you're not going to associate it. You're going to be like, oh, that's just an anomaly. But really, if you really look at this part specifically and this part specifically, without looking at the splatter, this tells you what you need to know. This tells you this was actually hair. All right, so we'll take that away. Maybe I should save that picture, like save a version of it just with all the, let me do that real quick so I don't have to try and redo it in the future. Hold on. I need to start saving all these paint pictures that I do, explaining stuff. Let's see, August. We'll go crime scene and let's see, 21, alternate 1, 20, crime scene. All right, 20. All right, so we saved that. And thank you, Paul, for the $2 euro. 5.5 meters travel when artery cut 8.5 feet. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you're cutting that, it's gonna, but at the same time, it with an artery. Now, maybe it might go up with that artery. I don't see it curving around. But this right here specifically tells me, okay, if this don't tell me that that's hair, this right here will specifically tell me that it's hair, just because of the all three of them curve in at the same time and come back out. But you are right, man. It's wild. That's Paul, let's be honest, since you bring that up, and thank you again. Let's be honest, Paul, since you bring that up, right, about the about the travel. Let's talk common sense, right? Let's talk common sense. Because this is the thing that when I'm looking at these photos, Paul, I'm going, how in the hell was there not more blood than this? When you're talking about this, and I seen these photos, I'm like, damn. If that is cut, where's the... Because when that is cut, let's be honest, Paul, you can say this. You know this, man. You're typing the info. You know this. When that is cut, it literally goes... like literally. And it don't just go... It don't just... It goes... with every heartbeat. Every heartbeat that is pumping in your body, it's going squirt, 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 squirt. So yeah, that's why I'm like, man, where's all this other stuff at, you know? Seriously, you know, don't you, Paul? Anybody that don't, it literally, and it's just squirt, that next blood pump, squirt, the heart, as the heart's beating, squirt, 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 squirt. Yeah, I think it said, did it say 12-12? Jeff, let me know, because I remember seeing it and I was like, it was kind of glitched out a little bit, but it looked like it was 12-12. So this explains to me that this was actually hair. Now these splatters over here, are when somebody's poking and pulling back, 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 poking and pulling back. That's when you're getting the all these different directions. You got this way, you got this way, you got this way, you got this way. Actually, I should be putting the arrows the other way. You got them going this way. You got it going this way, this way, this way. Whoops, I did one of them wrong. But basically, that's where you get all of that, is you got this from the hair, and then this over here is from, thank you, Best of Me, I appreciate you. You got people, and as they're coming back, the hands coming back, the hands come, or they're going like this, right? They're doing this, When the weapon and the knife is coming back, it has that blood. Some of it is attached to it, and so when you're pulling out, whether it's this way, sorry, my green screen. I really need to get rid of my green screen. I'm tired of it, man. When you're going like this, or you're, however there's going to be stuff that flies back to the side, whatever. And also, when you have somebody up against there too, it's going to go out. There is no particular exact direction that it goes. It's gravity, and it's however the movement is going. All right. Let me see here. What's the next? Let me see. The clock says 12. It's kind of weird. It's like all glitchy looking. What about the thank you, Caddy. What about the 1235, 1225? I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's weird though, because two of the numbers aren't like, you know what I'm saying? Like the 2 is way lower than the 3 or something. Let's see. Have you looked at the kitchen? Yeah. What's the I mean, I don't know. It's once we get these unredacted photos, I'm sure they're going to be like, you got to think 2022 cameras are getting like what, damn near 4K quality, even if it's a cheap one. So I'm sure the investigators, these are pictures from redacted photos from documents. These aren't like actual photos. Once we get the unredacted stuff, I guarantee you this stuff is going to be clear as hell. We're going to be able to zoom in, scope it out, see exactly what it is. It is weird because it looks like the second to left number is lower than all the numbers. And then it looks like the number that's the second from the right is higher than all the numbers. You know what I mean? But to me, it's probably a mixture of the lack of quality. I really feel like once we get unredacted photos, these knobs are going to be clear as shit. We're going to be able to see what kind of dirt is underneath the knobs. We're going to see, like, it's 2022 at the time. The cameras this is like a 1990 photo, if we're looking at clarity wise. So once these unredacted and we're able to get the unredacted, then we're going to see a lot of clarity, especially it might be too much clarity when it comes to some of these crime scene photos. All right, so let's go back to this. So we broke that down with the different blood patterns, spots, and sprays. Okay, and then obviously you got a little one right here on the light switch too. But you get the gist. They're all in, and you can see it. They're all in different directions, and also the splatter here, especially the curve up, because again you can see it right here. You see how it starts here because it's darker here, so it starts right here, and then it curves up and curves up. That's like 2 strands of hair that moved at the same time and touched it. And then this right here is like 3 to 4 strands of hair. And how you can see right here without the lines, you can see starts here, curves in, curves back out, starts here, curves in, same spot, curves back out, same spot, same thing, parallel. They're all parallel. The hairs are parallel. And so this is hair. This tells you it's hair right here because the blood's going up and curving. There's no industrial fan blowing on the victims as the crime's happening. So that blood splatter is not going to go in that direction. And then obviously that was just part of the other hair. So there's that. Let me see what else here. I'm sorry we're taking so long here. I know it's a long show today. Plenty of stuff that I didn't even get to get into today. We'll be going into the next one. The real SVU again, by the way. Let me post that link again because I was kind of explaining in the beginning of the show. We were discussing this back in March. I've been telling you guys that the photos, the vehicles are not the same. We use the Dateline clips of the car driving to show you that the cars aren't even the same car based off of the audio. And now I'm going to be revisiting this. on the next show, and we're going to be really deep diving. I'm going to show you everything that I showed you before. If you haven't seen it before, here's a small video, but I'm really going to be breaking everything down, and then we're going to be adding the new video from 1112 because I'm really going to show you how it's a Dodge Dart and it's not a Hyundai Elantra, especially after the video that just dropped showing the car driving all over before and then showing even more of that car that left driving away. And as soon as I seen it the first time, I said, there's the absolute proof, because I've already brought it up 5 months ago. We discussed it. We broke it down a couple times. And then all of a sudden, Dateline episode comes out. Oh, look at this. We got audio, just little clips. Now we got this whole freaking video. Well, minus the parts. But we got a whole lot of car driving around. They're not the same damn car. So after this show, do me a favor, click on that link, watch that video, watch the freaking 11-12 video after that, and you will see what I'm talking about. Two totally different cars. Two totally. I don't mind saying yeah, that's what I was saying, Super Goat. Like, I don't mind saying he's guilty because the dude admitted it. No appeal, no parole. You're a dumbass if that's strategy. That's like the last kind of strategy. You know what I'm saying? You like did the complete opposite of what you would do if you were strategizing, you know, the whole I'm trying to get out. Okay. So for somebody to for somebody to take that plea deal, I'm like, you're a freaking idiot if you didn't do it. And obviously, I mean, we saw he was like getting ready to answer the judge, and it was a minute and a half before the judge was even asking, and then he stood up. Yes, your honor. Yes, your honor. Well, since you're up, can you raise your right hand? You don't have to stand up next time. Yeah, he was eager as hell. But that's why I bet that bet with the attorney Andrew D. Myers when he was on my show. That's why I made that coffee bet, because I told him, I was like, look, man, we may have stuff that's connected here and there, and this matched up and that matched up. But I said, we're never going to have a big boom. We're never going to have the big boom that shows that Brian Kohberger definitively committed this crime. And we never will, because it was never there. It's why I've said they've always went off the tip. That's all they had. And that's why they knew that BK had a decent chance of turning one jury member to vote not guilty, because all they had was the damn tip. And when you can sit there and tear apart the touch DNA like you can, we've seen the experts, what else did they have? They didn't have nothing. And that's why I made that bet. What's up, RBJ? That's why I made that bet, because I'm like, there's no way. We could sit here, there's going to be booms. I said, there ain't going to be no booms, man. I bet you a cup of coffee. Let's take that bet. Because there ain't going to be any booms that shows that Brian Kohberger committed this crime. Like I said, you can look up the coffee bet video. I broke it down. I was like, we may have stuff that lines up and that matches. We may have, gosh, that was Xana. That's not booms. The only boom, and listen, we're talking Idaho 4 here. Do we know what happened to the victims? For the most part. Do we know all of that other stuff? Yes, for the most part. But what have we all been talking about this whole time, ladies and gentlemen? For the last 2.5 years, we have talked about how this evidence does not show that Kohberger committed this crime. That's the only boom that would exist in these court documents, because everything else we pretty much already knew. We just needed to see it in document form for it to be proof. What we've talked about and questioned this whole time was that where does the evidence show that BK committed this crime? That's what our shows have been for 2.5 years. That is the only boom that could come out of these docs. That is the only boom that could come out of these docs. And they're not going to be there. Well, Jess, you must have just joined the show. That's okay. I just said literally a minute and 20 seconds ago that somebody that's eager to plea and accept it and not take an appeal or parole is a moron, and obviously did it. It's okay. You probably just joined about 10 seconds ago. So no, Super Goat, you're not the only one. Yeah, you're not the only one that hasn't seen evidence, and that's what I've been telling everybody. So when we found out that this plea deal went down, Okay, and you can go to my show. June 2nd, we found out this plea deal was being worked out. And I said right there, there's never going to be this evidence that shows. I said, it's a real shame. Even on the court hearing, when we covered the court hearing live, I said, it's a real shame that we're not going to see this trial. You know why? And I said it that day that the plea deal came out. It's a shame we're not going to see this trial because this trial was supposed to answer a lot of questions that we've been waiting this whole time for. We've been waiting this whole time. And now that there's not going to be a trial, those answers aren't going to come. They're not. And now that there's not going to be a trial, we're not truly going to see this connection that they had. Because, like, why do you think Ann Taylor was asking for 24 supplemental requests? For 24 supplemental discovery requests. Why? Because she didn't see the link. Why do you think Ann Taylor, think about it, what defense attorney stands up in front of the courts and pleads multiple times in multiple hearings that her client is innocent and she has yet to find the link between her client and the crime? That's why she's continuing to ask for 24 supplemental discovery requests. You know why? Because it was never there in the first place. It never will be there. And so as all of these documents, and we're reading them and they're coming out, again, where is the boom that shows definitively that Kohberger did it? He literally could have got away with it. And if you think that a dude that could have got away with it, look at what we're talking right now. We're questioning the evidence. We're not seeing the evidence that links BK to the crime. We're talking about touch DNA. Touch DNA can get argued like crazy. When Bill Thompson stands up at the plea deal hearing and says, we don't have any direct link between BK and 1122. You know what that means? Their cast data was bullshit. You know what that means? Their video was bullshit. All of this other stuff was BS, because all it is in a court of law is suggestive. You can't base somebody's guilt or innocence off of suggestive evidence. That's why I said when the PCA came out and I read it January 5th, 2023, it's all suggestive except for this tip that they got with the DNA. It's all suggestive. So if you literally think, and this is why I don't understand why you got people who are like, I don't understand why people can't open their eyes to see that BK's innocent. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you, bro? Like, seriously? We've all questioned all of this, and you're going to tell me that one jury member wouldn't have voted not guilty? BK knew this. Ann Taylor knew this. Bill Thompson knew this. And then this guy's going to be like, okay, I take a plea, no appeal, no parole. Why don't people open their eyes and see Kohbergers innocent? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Obviously, you ain't thinking clearly. Because I can guarantee your ass wouldn't have taken that plea deal if you sat back and you said, you had a lawyer, you were in that same position, you sat back and you said, they ain't got no link to me except for this touch DNA, and we already had experts show up in 2023. We already had Vargas. We already had these different experts come in and talk about touch transfer DNA and contamination and how bad it can be. Why do you think the FBI went and talked to Vargas? Because Vargas admitted that she was around law enforcement officers that actually contaminated touch DNA. And they did it on purpose. And she said it in court. So when the only thing that you have to BK is something that can be torn to shreds in the court of law, CC Moore, who is the lead person on this, even tells you it's an art. It's not a science. It's an art. And that is the only link that they have against you. You're going to tell me, Mr. Mister, that you're going to take a plea deal with no appeal and no parole? Please don't tell me you're that stupid. Because to sit there and think that somebody is literally going to take that deal, the worst deal that you can get possible, when you have the best chance out of how many serial killers to get away with this, like you really did. You could have went to trial, and I guarantee I would have put money down that you would have been voted not guilty based off of one jury member going, all this other stuff is suggestive, and the touch DNA, that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to vote not guilty. I mean, hello? That's why I don't get it. These people, they're so stuck on the current content that they're making, and it's like, obviously, it's not about truth and justice for the victims, because if you can't look at it like we broke it down, that isn't about the victims. You're focused on Kohberger. You're not focused on Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. You're not focused on them, because if you were, then you would put your shit aside and look at it respectfully from the background and go, yeah, an innocent person doesn't do this. It's wild, man. It is so wild. And I said it when the plea deal happened. I said, it's all going to become speculation and twists and turns, because the court trial was for the most part, kept everybody in balance. It kept everybody like, well, I better not go out on this ledge because it's going to sound really freaking crazy, and the court documents I already know probably won't show that. So I'm not going to talk about this. Now that the trial's not happening, it's open season. Oh, we're going to talk about, hey, what if this guy from 3 miles away had a connection and they did it? It's like, yo. And it's sad, because it's just like all those friends that I said that left the show after I broke it down like I broke it down, how an innocent person does not take this damn plea deal, man. Like, and for some strategy? Like, where in the hell are you getting this from? And there's been plenty of people. I break it down. I can't believe you, CJ. I can't believe you. Listen, I'm one of the few people that went boots on the damn ground in Moscow. I'm one of the few that put that kind of investment to where I'm going to that land that is exposed to corruption. I'm putting myself in that environment. Hell, I went to the vigil. I was there the week it happened, a year after. I'm the one, and you can go to any of my shows. I'm the one that has been saying this whole time, the evidence doesn't make sense. I've been one of the biggest advocates for trying to expose the BS evidence and the BS narratives and the BS of all that stuff. Do you think that I'm literally after my own money, my own time, my own effort, everything that I've invested into this, the work I've done beyond the shows, do you literally sit there and think I'm going to be like, oh, I'm just going to switch it up real quick? No, it's called somebody that's innocent doesn't take this damn deal. Period. So it doesn't matter if the evidence matches or not. What matters is it's like, yo, the dude was eager. I watched him. He was eager to answer the judge, to say, yes, yes, yes. He was eager. Then after that, no emotion. Then after that, no appeal, no parole. When it's like, bro, you just put your fucking name at the very absolute bottom of the pile. When if you would have rolled the dice, guess what? You probably would have won. One jury member voting not guilty. Then, if you would have been convicted, guess what? That DP charge that you're going to wait 27 years for to get put to death, that's good. Because the DP put you at the top of the list for the Innocence Project, and that DP automatically grants you all of this other access for the Innocence Project for them to be able to help you get out. And with how well known it is, the case is, how big of a name you are, how the evidence doesn't match, and then you're at the top of the list, bro. That's strategy. To sit there and take that deal, give everything up. You're dumb. You're dumb if that's strategy. And I'm saying I don't see BK being that stupid. I really don't. Because if he was smart enough to damn near get away with this crime, if it wasn't for the sheath, he would have got away with it. I don't care what Fry says. I don't care what any of them say. I'm telling you right now, if that sheath wasn't left behind, they wouldn't have found him. They wouldn't have found him. If he is that smart to just accidentally leave a sheath behind, because all of a sudden, shit, Xana came out of nowhere and I totally lost focus, and it's my first time doing it, and so I just totally forgot that I even was supposed to pick up the sheath until after I ditched the evidence bag out in the woods, and then I went, you know what? I didn't put a knife in that bag. Shit. When you're that good, I don't see you being that stupid to go, hey, you know what? Let me take a plea deal that doesn't give me an appeal, that doesn't give me any parole, that doesn't have the DP added onto it. So then I'm at the very bottom of the list. Paul, do you Oh, I'm so tired of this appeal talk. Seriously? Go listen to some lawyers. This whole listen, that the appeal is not going to happen. That's what these people that cling to BK justice and not the victim's justice, that's what they hold on to. But there's still an appeal. No, there's not. Technically, there's always going to be an option for appeal. Technically. And that's what, but really, if you look at it, no, there's not. You guys are going to see time's going to go by and there's not going to be a damn appeal. It's not going to happen. Why do you think the judge asked him the questions that he asked him in the court hearing? Did you have effective counsel? Did you understand everything that your attorneys read to you? Do you understand everything that you're agreeing to? Do you understand? Did they? He answered all these damn questions. So the things that you guys are clinging on to think that he has an appeal, good luck. It ain't going to happen. It's not. Because those things don't exist. The only reason that judge brought it up is because it's a technicality. Technicality. And that was for Garza's case. This is not for BK's case. He had to raise it as a technicality. But when you listen, when you really dig down, and that's the thing, you got to do your homework. If you dig down into the reasons of how there can be an appeal, you'll be able to tell yourself after you read it, yeah, there's not going to be one. You can go listen to any of these lawyers talk about this whole appeal stuff. They will tell you the same thing. Technically, yes, but it's not happening. It's not. And if that was your strategy to try and get an appeal, again, I don't know what kind of strategy that was, because you, again, 27 years it takes for somebody to get put to death in Idaho. 27 years it takes to get put to death. So you know what I'm doing? If I got convicted of a DP in Idaho, guess what? I'm chilling, because I know I have an average of 27 years to have the Innocence Project free me. And if you know the statistics of the Innocence Project, 5 to 10 years, and you're getting the progression that you need to get out and get freed if you really didn't do this crime. What's less time? 5 to 10 or 27? Yikes. Wild shit, man. I've been tired of this appeal shit since it was said, because as soon as it said, I looked up the Garza versus Idaho, and then I started talking to some professionals, and they're like, they said the same thing. They're like, I mean, technically, but no, it's not going to happen. I'm like, thank you. That's what I'm fucking saying. And then there's an appeal. There's not going to be one. I hate to burst your bubble. I'm bursting your bubble on August 9th today. There is not going to be an appeal. He did. He put himself in a freaking box with that plea deal. Like, somebody with that schooling and somebody that knows that already understands it. It's like I said the whole time, John Carter. I've been saying it from the beginning. Technically, yes. I never said technically there wasn't. I've always said technically there was. But what I'm telling you is, if you look it up and you research it, nothing. It's not happening. I hate to burst people's bubbles, but it is what it is. I got to be honest. I'm not going to sit there and lie to y'all. All right. Now, these other photos, this obviously looked to me like Dylan's room. But you're not going to see nothing in there. There's no red stuff on there, nothing like that. This one, you can see right here, the doorway. The room is off to the right. This one is that room that you didn't see in that one photo. So you have the utility room over to the left. This one right here is like that that bathroom right there, closet type bathroom area right there, where they would have like the golf clubs and stuff like that inside. And then you got that, obviously, the other room over there. And it's a bunch of chips on here. So until we actually see the photos, the direct photos, not the photos that were from documents. I'm talking like the legitimate file of the photo. You're going to get the clarity of it, and we should be able to get that when it comes to these FOIAs. When it comes to the FOIAs, it should not be photos off of a document when we're getting these photos. These FOIAs should be giving us the exact file. Image 5724, image 5725, image blah blah blah. That's what we should be getting. That's when you'll be able to really look at this. But honestly, you know, that you didn't see a lot of people, investigators out there kind of, you know, looking around, scoping it and stuff like that. And so, you know, as they showed up, it was probably a quick look up and down. We don't see anything out of the ordinary. It's just chipped paint, nothing big, nothing big. Now with this one, this is one of the ones that I noticed when these photos first came out. So I put that video out of the slideshow. I did the slideshow video. And when I did that, that's when I brought it up to you guys in that video. I said, isn't it interesting, number one, that it's not as messy as Kathy Mabbitt is telling you? And isn't it interesting, number two, that you have 2 officers that are not wearing personal protective equipment? No booties. I don't see anybody else discussed it, and I'm surprised because honestly, it's like one of the things that stuck out to me the most when it comes to these photos is I'm sitting here going, holy shit. Where's the freaking personal, where's the booties? Where's the gloves? And neither one of them, look at their feet. Neither one of them, you don't see, look, you don't see plastic. You don't see plastic. Oh, hell, you want to see automatic, I'll show you automatic contamination. This is before they even walked in the house. Let me get it for you real quick. And I did a video on it a long time ago. If you look up EvilleCJ and look up DNA dirty gloves, just type in EvilleCJ DNA dirty gloves and you'll see the video. I show you the video of it. Let me pull up this photo if you haven't seen this. You got to come up with a more creative name. That's these trolls, they come in and they're so like uncreative. I'm just going to name it This Person Is a Wimp. It's pretty bad when your creativity is at a level that low. Yikes. Bubble wrap for you, bro. All right, you see this right here? Now there, if you look up EvilleCJ DNA dirty gloves, you will see the drone video and the recording of the drone video that shows that this glove was laying on the ground. This lady steps on this glove 3 times. Lady steps on this glove 3 times. This lady right here knocks her on the leg. Hey, watch out, there's a glove on the ground. The lady steps on it again. This lady hits her in the leg again. Hey, watch out, there's this glove on the ground. Then she picks up the glove, throws it in a paper garbage bag, and without taking the gloves off that she used to pick up the dirty glove that got stepped on a bunch of times, she continued to keep that glove on and then grab more gloves and put them in her pocket. And after she grabbed more gloves with the dirty glove and put them in her pocket, then she used the same dirty glove to then pick up the items out of her little case that she goes in to use while she's doing forensic investigations. So when you're going in there taking the photos, guess what you're doing? You're taking the photos of the scene. You're also touching the items of the crime, and you're taking photos of those too. Let me see if I could do it. I'll just share the link. Let me look it up. EvilleCJ DNA dirty glove. Sorry, I wish I had all of these links, but there's so many of them that it's just hard to keep track of. Right here, DNA dirty glove revisited. And I wonder if that shows the video. Yeah, it does. Watch here. I'll go to this video. We'll play this real quick. I want to just show you the actual video. All right, so this is when Rosie joined the show, and let me see here. Okay, this is when Rosie joined the show. This is a revisit because I was discussing it again. So obviously you saw the haircut. Lady has a ponytail, shaved head, zigzags in her hair. You can see that's her right there. She's taking photos. She's a forensic investigator. The other one is too, that are outside. So I have the photos of these two individuals. You see that lady in the darker hair, that one that was stepping on the glove? That's her right here in this state police forensic coat. The girl that was in the blue coat to her right is the one that is standing there taking photos. You see, she's got the personal protective equipment that's already contaminated. She's touching all the stuff. Now you'll see. I have this muted, so you're not going to hear what we're talking about. But here's the link. You can check this video out. I'm just going to show you this couple particular parts, but I dig into it even more with that link. And so let me skip ahead because me and her are talking. Now here's the drone video, and you are going to see where'd it go. All right, freaking YouTube. So you're going to see, watch, you're going to see, this is right when they first show up. So here's the drone video. You don't see the trucks pulling in, right? See the truck pulling in. You see the truck pulling in. Now watch. It's going to come up. The drone's going to come up. Then it's going to come back down. Then it's going to turn the camera down a little bit. So it's going to be adjusted a little bit. And then watch. When these people get out of this truck and it zooms down in, a glove fell out as soon as they dropped down that tailgate. Just watch. Just give it a second. You'll see. Now they're starting to get out of the car. Now they drop down the truck lid, the tailgate. Now it's hard for you to see that a glove fell out, but I'm telling you right now, a latex blue glove, regardless if it was laying there or not, it shouldn't have been handled the way it was handled. So it doesn't matter how the glove got there, but the glove got there when they dropped down the tailgate and they grabbed some gloves, it fell on the ground. Now watch as we zoom in with the drone. Watch. Watch. Okay. Here, let me do this. Let me do this. Sorry, YouTube's bugging out. All right. Let me get rid of the banner here because you got to see it. It's right at the very bottom, okay? Now watch this. Now watch. Okay, there's that photo. So I'm showing you guys. Now let me go back to the video. Okay, so this is the video. You see it zooming in again. Here, let me rewind it a skosh. All right, there we go. So it goes from the picture. Now we're going back to the Zoom video. It's me explaining it in this video that we're watching here. But you'll see. Now watch. You see that glove next to her foot, next to her left foot. She already stepped on it once. Lady points it out. Hey, there's a glove down there. 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 See, she's even pointing it out. Pointing right down at the glove. She knows it's a dirty glove. She knows it's on the ground. Now watch this. See this guy right here? See this state police guy right here? Watch him turn his head right at the same time that she goes to pick up that glove and then turns his head back after she picks it up like it's plausible deniability. Steps on it again. Hey, there's a glove. Picks it up. Look, she didn't even take the glove off. Grabs more gloves. You want to talk about contamination? This is contamination more than anything. And this is why I said there were so many people saying, you need to make sure Ann Taylor gets this. You need to make sure Ann Taylor gets this. It's like, you know what? This is gonna for sure. You can't trust the investigation inside when the investigation outside started like this. Hey, there's a glove there. Hey, there's a glove there. Stepped on it again. I'm going to grab it, toss it in my garbage, and look, I'm going to grab more gloves. Yeah. Look, I'm going to grab more gloves, and I'm going to put them in my pocket. Now I'm going to look around, see who was looking at me. Now watch what happens next. I not only grab more gloves. No, hold on. I not only grab more gloves, but look what I do next. Look what I do next after I grab more gloves to put them in my pockets with the dirty glove. Now watch what I do next, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not only going to put clean gloves. Well, that was clean because let's be honest. If it was your hand and you saw a pile of shit on the ground and you picked it up and put it in the garbage, do you think you're going to keep that glove on? And we're talking about poop. We're not talking about DNA. We're talking about just poop. No, you're not going to keep it on. So the fact that this lady kept it on, and then watch this. Watch this. Now, I'm going to get into my bag of my equipment, right? With the same dirty gloves that I just put gloves in my pocket. Now, look, all the tools that I am going to be using to go inside to forensically investigate the crime that took place at 1122, I am going to be touching all of that equipment with those same dirty gloves. And not only just touch it, look what I'm going to do. I'm even going to put the equipment on. Yeah. Let's put on this camera real quick and let's touch all this other equipment in my bag with this still DNA dirty glove. Let's just touch everything. Let's just touch everything. Oh, there's more stuff to touch. Yep, here we go. We got to put this in here. Yeah, don't mind my dirty glove. I'm just touching all the equipment that I'm using to investigate the murders that took place. Don't worry about, oh, there's something else I want to touch too. Yep, touch this. Yeah, we'll get our hands all over that. Put that in there. What else are we going to touch here? You want to talk about contamination from the very beginning. There it is. That's your contamination from the very start. It's crazy. All right, let me go back. I'm thinking we're pretty much, let's see, no booties on there. So yeah, back to the contamination. No booties. You can tell there's no booties because that is a smooth boot line. The smooth boot line is a police shoe. It's a smooth police shoe. If this had a booty on it, it would be jaggy and bunchy and bunched up on a part. It would not be nice and smooth and shiny. Look at that shine on the boot. That horizontal shine only comes from a boot. It does not come from personal protective equipment. You don't get a reflection like that off of personal protective equipment. In fact, personal protective equipment will dull any kind of shine instead of magnify it. That's how you know that's a police boot. So that was pretty wild. No personal protective equipment. And again, we went through this photo and I think we went through them all. Let me just check one more time. Let's see here. We went through that one. Okay, and then here's this one. This was the last one. And yes, I know there's a lot of people. It's something that we noticed in the beginning too, and there's a lot of people telling me that I was wrong and it was a blanket and it was all this other shit. No, that's a puppy. That's a puppy. That poor guy. That poor guy. So scared, and it's tough, man. Poor puppy. Poor guy. But that's him. You can see his eyes, you can see his nose, and you can see him kind of. But yeah, that's the puppy. And then nothing else out of the ordinary there. You know, everything's looking pretty normal. You know, we heard that she moved out. I don't know about that. I mean, you can see the curtains right there. Those curtains would have hid somebody breaking in that door, and nobody would have looked out, you know, looked in it. But there's her room. Everybody, you know, we all assume that she moved out. It doesn't look very much like she completely moved out. So there's that. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the last door that somebody is going to check accidentally or on purpose is going to be the 3rd floor sliding glass door. That's the last door somebody would come across and go, hey guys, somebody broke in this house. That's where I think he entered. I think he went through the 3rd floor sliding glass door. I said a couple years ago, I seen somebody breaking in there and hiding out and waiting. And now as we're starting to hear more and more and more come out, there is a pretty good indication that he actually was hiding up there right before. I really think he came up through that way. And that should be it for that. Like I said, if you just joined the show, you definitely want to go to the beginning. We went through Christ Church, expanding to Washington, D.C. Somebody from the White House went to Doug Wilson's church service in Washington, D.C. We went through the 360 prison tour, so you could see where BK is going to be sleeping and where he's going to be pooping. We get it, the whole 360 thing. It's a beautiful thing, man. You can circle around and go around. We brought you in there. Also, we showed you all of the list of items of things that BK can purchase in prison at his facility, and also how much they cost. And thank you, Jeremy Pearson, for becoming a new member. Let me drop this in. Let me drop this in chat too, because where did I put that? If you are a member, and eventually I'll open these up to everybody, but if you are a member, here is, I always have to find it. I never remember where I put it. The first time that I showed up, oh my gosh, I never remember where I put. Here it is, right here. Okay. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. There's plenty of raw video for anybody that is a member. There's a lot of raw video of different boots on the ground locations I've gone to, and some extra stuff for you. But really, it's a lot of raw HD video and stuff. And then also here, if you are a member, That is my first time that I told you guys I went there from 11/8/2023 to 11/15/2023. Was there for the year anniversary, did a lot of investigating, boots on the ground, talked to people, collected information, and started really digging into some of the other things like the frats and the church. All the way back then, we were digging into them. Actually exposed quite a bit. Uncovering the Covers, the playlist where we really were exposing shit left and right. Once I went out there and we started talking to all the people out there, or because I dressed up like I didn't go into any of the classrooms. I didn't specifically go into the university itself. I didn't go into the university. What I did, because I wanted people to feel comfortable talking to me, right? I wanted people to feel comfortable talking to me. I knew that if I asked for stuff to be on a record, it wasn't going to happen. And I knew that if I came about it that way, that I wasn't going to get the truth that I was seeking. What I ended up doing is wearing university garb. I got the baby face. I went out there. I walked around campus, backpack on me, university garb, whether it was Washington or Idaho. And I went out there and I just talked to people. And believe it or not, a lot of the people came up to me because I was a new face. They probably went, hey, what's just like when I'm out here in any of these on location places and I go, you'll notice there's plenty of people that are coming up, talking. And it was the same thing out there. I really didn't have to make people talk to me. It was literally, I'm walking around, people see I'm a new face. They want to come up and say hi. And then I'm like, hey, I'm not from, I just got here, the whole murders and stuff. Like, man, what happened with you? Like, how are you feeling? Like, how did it go? Like, what did you guys do? You know what I'm saying? Like and then you start to hear like, yeah, about this church. Yeah, about this frat or sorority. Yeah, make sure you don't hang out with this guy. Stay away from these people. These people are cool. All sorts of information. Never, and I know that there's like a documentary that was talking about how somebody dressed up in the university gear and went into the classrooms and went into the university and this and that. I never did that. Never did. There was no reason. Why would I go into a classroom to then try and talk to people about Idaho 4? It makes absolutely no sense. Am I in the common grounds, outside, and I'm walking around and I'm going from one building to the next, but I'm not really going in the building. I'm just walking from one to the next. And then there's people, hey, what's your name? Hey, how are you doing? Hey, what's going on? It's that never took place. Now, maybe somebody else did. I don't know. But I've never heard of anybody else going out there being geared up in the university and being on campus. But maybe there was. It was just kind of weird. It was like when I heard that, I was like, well, I never did that. I never went in there. But, all right. So make sure you check out the beginning of the show. Like the first hour, I think, is when we were going through those other different things. And then, like I said, once this show's done, I'm going to go ahead and throw timestamps in the description so you can basically go to whatever section of the show, you can literally go to it. Just because it's a 5-hour show, we went through a lot of stuff. I'll go ahead and put the timestamps in there. And so the next show, like I said, if you haven't, this is the video where let me see here. This is the video about the real suspect vehicle. So like I was telling you guys earlier, let me make sure I have the right one. So it's like I was telling you guys earlier, the video, the 11/12 new video, the extended version, the one that shows a lot of the driving before and after, When those photos came out in March, I told you guys it was a different car. When the Dateline documentary came out and showed the little clips of the videos, that showed me even more that it was a different car based off the sounds. Then I introduced what the Dodge Dart looked like, because at first we saw it looked like a Dodge Dart. Then when the audio came out from Dateline, then I started showing you the difference of engine sounds between the Dodge Dart and the Hyundai Elantra. And now that this video has came out, the extended version shows most of the driving before, a lot of the driving afterwards. I'm really going to dig down and prove to you guys, like I've been saying this whole time, it was not the same vehicle. And the new 1112 video that just come out like quadruples the fact that it's not the same vehicle because of how much extra footage it shows. So we're going to get in and dive into that on the next one. I think this is the video. Let me just double check real quick to make sure. And then you guys definitely check this video out and then watch the new 1112 King Road video, and you'll see exactly what I'm saying. And you'll be like, damn, that is quadruple freaking proof. Quadruple proof that this is not the same car. Here's the link for this. It's the suspect vehicle one is not an Elantra. The suspect vehicle one is a Dodge Dart. And then also shortly after that, I looked into my own footage, and I want to show you guys something here real quick, because we saw all that activity going on at 1119 King Road. Let me show you. This is from my footage. This is from my footage, and I took a screenshot of it. And we will go through. So when we dig deep into this next show about how it's really guaranteed not a Hyundai Elantra, you're going to see in my footage, you'll see this exact part of the clip. And so let me get rid of this. So I was going through my footage because it was my first show. I'm like, and it's still a members only. Jeremy, you can go see it. You can see me catch this live and see how small it was when we're watching the video. And I said, wait a minute, you guys, I see something. Like how small it was on the footage. And I'm like, wait a minute, I see something. Take a screenshot, zoom it in. Look what we have right here, ladies and gentlemen. We have the same frickin' car that was leaving the scene of the frickin' crime. And guess what car is not there on the 1112 video? This one. And where's all that activity taking place? Right here. Kind of interesting, huh? So definitely check out that video. See what I'm talking about? I play the different engine sounds. I break down the windows. All of the, like, I break it all down. Yeah, it is because, dude, after that Dateline video came out, and I'm like, all right, you guys, I need to look through all of my footage. I'm going to find this Dodge Dart. And literally, I turned on Queen Road in my footage, and I went, holy shit, what? What? I'll show you the real video here. Hold on one second. And then I'm going to end the show. Let me show you this real quick. And then I'm going to end the show. This is the video that literally, it was the first show. That's why I only did one episode, Jeremy, because it was supposed to be a series. Because I'm like, man, it might take me a little while to find this car, but I'm going through all my footage. I literally go through the first episode and one of the first videos, and all of a sudden I pull up, whoa, huh? This house was always sketchy already. And now look, holy hell. All right, let me pull it up. Let me see videos, and then we'll get out of here. It's going to be, I think it's this one right here. If not, it's one of these other ones. Jeez, I'm looking right at the deck, dude. So are you guys. Yeah, that's, well, you're seeing some of the footage right there the first time. All right. Can you hear me now? Man, I was saying so much as I was going through that video. Dang it. Frickin' StreamYard, man.
Jeez.
All right. Gosh, frickin' StreamYard, dude. This shit gets so old. Frickin' tired of it. All right. My bad, you guys. I'm sitting here talking about the footage and all this other stuff. My bad. All right. So, I don't even know what you guys didn't hear. God damn, StreamYard. I don't even know what you guys heard or didn't hear, and I'm not. Jesus fuck. All right. I'm so tired of this shit, dude. It's every fucking day. Every fucking day. 2 shows a day? Every fucking show a day. I'm sorry about swearing right now. I'm pissed. Every fucking time I do a live, it's this bullshit, and I'm tired of it. 2 months every day. 2 months for every day. 2 months. 2 months. 2 months every day. All right. So, like I was saying, this was the first episode, right? So, as I'm sitting here, and like I said, Jeremy, you know, any of the members, you can literally even watch that members only show. And I have a members playlist link somewhere too. I don't remember where any of my links are anymore. There's a playlist link I have, which is easy. You just click on it and it's a playlist, and you can literally just. I got too much shit. Try and keep track of that. Sorry, this thing just distracted the hell out of me. All right, there's the link for the playlist. All right, so it's like I was saying in my first episode, we were digging through. There was other videos that I already dug in through before, because I was going to look through all the videos to see if I could find this Dodge Dart. But as I'm going through this first video and I'm driving, and all of a sudden I pause it and I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, Sarah, I already said technically you can, but he ain't doing it. I already said technically. And I've said technically since the beginning. Technically, the sun could not come up tomorrow, too. Is it happening? Is the sun not going to come up? Technically, the sun couldn't come up tomorrow, technically. But is it going to happen? It's probably coming up, you know? Technically is a lot different than actual. So as I'm doing this first episode and I pause it and I was like, whoa, I see a Dodge Dart, you guys. Now, can you see it in the distance? So my eyes automatically went, damn, there's a Dodge Dart next to that house. Hold on a second. So then I screenshot it and I pull it up and I'm like, oh, it's a freaking Dodge Dart. That's a freaking Dodge Dart. So then I go to the video of 1112, right? And let me see here. Is it going to bug out on me again? So I go to the video of 1112, and be careful. It's going to get loud for 1 second. Sorry. Hold on. Fucking StreamYard. Jeez, I'm just trying to get the freaking video. Come on, StreamYard. I need a break from this fucking StreamYard, man. This is just ridiculous, dude. Look at this. I can't even. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll save it for the next show. It's just being. I don't even know if you can hear me anymore. All right, you guys, I apologize. I'm just gonna. It's just a buggy mess. There's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna have to hop off, you guys. We'll save that stuff, like I said. On the next show, I'm gonna do the. Is it skip? Dude. I'm so fucking tired of this. I am so fucking tired of this. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm gonna save this stuff for the next show. It's just bugging out like crazy. I apologize, you guys. I love you. We'll see you on the next one. If you just joined, make sure you check out the beginning. We went through a lot of extra stuff, and like I said, I'll be putting timestamps in the description so it'll separate everything. So since this was a long one, I only planned on being on for like 3 hours. We actually dug into it pretty deep. So I don't know. I was gonna try and have a show tonight. I don't know. I can't promise you anything because after 2 months of this crap with StreamYard, I'm literally at my wits fucking end with this shit, and I'm fucking tired of it. And I honestly might need a break tonight from it. So I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing yet. So just look for the notification if you get one. And if you don't get one, check back around 8, 9 o'clock tonight. I've been taking breaths for 2 months, Grandma. I've been taking breaths for 2 months. This has been 2 months. This crap has happened every single day, every single show. It's got to the point where literally I'm starting off my intros going, sorry guys about the bugs. And I pay for this shit. $90 damn a month. I pay for this. And this is anyway. We may be back. I don't know. If anything, if I'm not gonna be on this channel, I'll be over at the TV channel actually having some comedy because I really feel like I need to laugh my ass off later tonight. So you know what? If I'm not over here doing a live, I'll be over at the TV channel doing some comedy or something, or some games or something. I don't know. We'll see. I really wanted to get back to stuff tonight. I don't know. I'm just tired of this shit. It's just getting to be too much anymore. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Please have a peaceful, positive day, regardless of my little fucking yeah. I love you guys. Please be safe. Thank you for your patience. Trust me, can't thank you enough for your patience with all this crap the last 2 months. And the bugs and the distractions and the, oh crap, what was I saying? And all this other stuff. I love you guys. Please be safe. I'll see you on the next one.
You guys are okay over there?